ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to recognize our distinguished guests today who are gracing us on the front seats on the historic Africa Maritime Conference's third and final day. Your Excellency Juan Ignacio Rocataglia, Argentinian Ambassador to Ethiopia. Your Excellency Sune Kogstrup, Denmark Ambassador to Ethiopia. Your Excellency Berk Baran, Turkish Ambassador to Ethiopia, as well as consulars, deputy heads of missions, distinguished members of the diplomatic community, our maritime industry leaders who have been with us for the past 3 days, seafarers, maritime academies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. And it is nice to see everyone so bright and here early for the third and final day of the historic Africa Maritime Conference, which Ethiopia has been delighted to host here in Addis Ababa. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to take you on a journey of the 3 days, because sometimes tracking your progress is quite meaningful as it gives you momentum on the way forward. So day one was all about setting the theme and igniting the African dream. And we heard bold commitments from the Ethiopian government. And we also heard the bold vision to continue making maritime excellence as a priority in the development agenda of Africa, to make Africa the next global crewing hub. We also heard on day one the journey of a chief engineer, all the hurdles he went through and the success he was able to achieve by persevering. On day two, we had the corporate addresses. Day two was all about industry, regional education, and also seafarer wellness. So we were able to hear from Columbia Ship Management. We heard from Seaspan Corps, from Danaos, from Maersk, and from OSM Tome. And in addition to their corporate pursuit for excellence, what has been inspiring from these corporate companies was their commitment to continue developing the African human capital when it comes to especially training cadets and creating an enabling condition for African seafarers. That was so inspiring. We also had a spotlight on the national maritime education in Ethiopia. We had the commandant of the Ethiopian Maritime Training Institute give a very brilliant presentation and what they're doing to have not just technically equipped, but seafarers with integrity, seafarers with discipline. Because out there in the sea, sometimes it isn't just your technical skills as an engineer, but your resilience as a human being that will enable you to withstand and to be resilient and to benefit yourself, community, and the company that they serve. We also heard from Cadmos, a financial technology company. And all along, we heard that financial and other technologies, they're not just support systems when it comes to maritime, but they're actually game changers. Part of the well-being package of a seafarer isn't just their health, their sleep, but also their financial well-being. And it was inspiring to see how local financial tools like Telebur, which we use commonly even to pay for taxis, the M-Pesa in Kenya, included in the Cadmos. Because let me tell you, the dream of an African is to work and to send money back home. Most Africans, when they do well, it isn't so that I can do this and get the best BMW or to benefit themselves. It's mostly, I'm going to do this for my mom, I'm going to do this for my brother. And those financial tools will enable seafarers to be comfortable and to be able to send remittances comfortably and manage their financial well-being from wherever they are in the world. So we're also able to see the regional education spotlight. We heard from South Africa, from West, we heard from Ghana, we heard from East Africa, we heard from Bandari and the Dar es Salaam Maritime Academies. What was so impressive is their commitment to standards and excellence. So that was impressive to hear. And we concluded day two with the seafarer wellness. So the Sailor Society was presenting here, and Mr. Daniel from the Sailor Society, he gave us a very brilliant energizer, and he incorporated activities to help us remember the key aspects to seafarer wellness: eating well, sleeping well, being in touch with family, being able to listen. Empathy was big, and he told us an amazing story about how one weekend he was resting at home and a call came on his phone. And the call was from India, from a seafarer needing help. And he picked that phone. So not only did we see empathy and support system, but it was also supported by data. Because we may have the empathy, the willing to support, but data just strengthens the support system. So day 2 was very, very successful. And we're glad that today we come to day 3. And today is all about the influencers, the policymakers, and today we deliberate on diplomacy, on authority collaboration, and the strategic direction needed to move Africa confidently into the global maritime stage. So a very warm welcome to day 3. Now, to begin this very important day, and the great debate which we look forward to, and other panels in which we're excited to hear from ambassadors who are joining us today to deliver the opening remarks for this crucial gathering. It is my pleasure to welcome Executive Committee Member of YCF Manning Limited. Please join me in welcoming Netzanet Mazengia from YCF Manning. Welcome, Netzanet.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of the African Maritime Conference. It's been an inspiring journey so far. Over the past few days, we've shared powerful ideas, inspiring stories, connections, and bold vision for the future of Africa's blue economy. Our conversation have shown that African maritime future is full of potential if we continue to work and invest together. Today, as we wrap up, we have a chance to reflect on what we have learned and look ahead to how we can turn this conversation into action. Let's carry the same energy, curiosity, and the spirit of collaboration into the final day, because together we can do many great stuff. Let us remember that today is not an end, it's a continuation. A call to action turn the insight and the commitment of this conference into real progress across our maritime domain. With renewed energy, a stronger partnership, and a shared commitment to transform our discussion into action. Let's carry forward the same energy and spirit of collaboration that have defined this conference. Thank you all for being part of this important journey, and let's make this final day even more impactful. Thank you and have a good day.
Thanks a lot, Netzanet, for opening our 3rd and final day. So we're now going to have a focused session on the realities of maritime talent sourcing across Africa. And we're pleased to hear from Emma Marine of Germany, co-organizer of the Africa Maritime Conference. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Julian Blues of EMA Marine GmbH. He has been with us from day 1. A warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and a special shout out to all our seafarers here in the group. I'm extremely glad that you're here with us for the 3rd day already. Thank you very much. After 2 days of accomplishment, vision, I would like to look back today the last 12 years of our amazing Ethiopian program. And I would like to talk with you about the challenges and how we overcome them. Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Julian Blaise. I've been a shipping nerd. Not good? Not a good one? Okay, I've been a shipping nerd since my early childhood, since kindergarten. Here's the proof. These are my pieces. The top one, I was 3 years old. I've been criticized here in the room already for painting too big windows, but on the second picture, I guess the bull eyes have been much more professional. I have hundreds of this at home. They're all still there with my mother. So coming from Hamburg, obviously, almost every day at the port, I wanted to be a captain. Still want to be a captain, but understand quite early that I couldn't be so long away from home. I emphasize very, very much with seafarers who are not relieved in time, who have to stay on board for 9 months, 10 months, because I couldn't even go for 1 month. It's a pity. This is where my dream faded. So I studied in Hamburg and Bremen economic science with a focus of the shipping business. So that was my way into the industry, and eventually took me here to Addis. I worked for the Rigmas Reederei in between. That's a 175-year-old, very traditional ship owner in Hamburg. We've even a museum ship, an old sailing ship in the port of Hamburg from Rigmas Reederei. And I learned a lot there. I managed the heavy lift fleet, and enjoyed that very, very much. With EMA Marine, my company right now, I am, since the first day our office in Hamburg existed. So I've seen the development. I'll tell you about that company in a moment. But it was an amazing ride, and I'm going to talk about that ride in a second. I'm such a shipping nerd. Eventually, I married on a ship. That's actually from Rigmas Reederei. That's like we are a Rigmas family. Met my wife in that company, married on that ship, shipping family. Enough about me. Quickly about my company, EMA Marine GmbH. So you heard a lot about EMTI during the last 2 days. We had Franz, we had Netzanet, and we had Charles yesterday introducing the Academy. It's an amazing product. We are training great cadets, but eventually it's our task to bring them on board. So that's what we're doing in Hamburg. We are the bridge to the ship owners. We are meeting them, we are going door to door. We try to find the jobs. We have a second office in Piraeus with Miss Anastasia over there. And we're going to open more offices in the future, probably Cyprus, Asia, in the very near future. Because that's part of the business. You cannot just train people, you need to bring them on board. Short story on that picture is Chief Jambero. Are you here in the room today? Chief Jambero. I asked him to send me photos from the ship, which I would need for websites or marketing whatsoever. He made a photo session on board, extra for me. Thank you so much. I asked him, what's going on? That's a chiefing uniform. You're not chiefing. He said, I had no uniform on board. I had to borrow it from my chief. What to do? We wanted to make a photo session. I said, we can't use that photo. You're not chiefing. It's fake. Well, today we can use the photo. He is now chiefing. He has been promoted, and we can use the photo. Thanks, Mr. Jambero. So when I joined in 2012, our whole organization had 20 cadets. That's all we had. So that was quite a gamble at the time. Today we have 2,000 active seafarers. They're still with us. They're in an active rotation, most of them officers. What a development. The Ethiopians are on board of over 70 international big shipping companies, from MSC to Scorpio tankers, from Europe to Asia to the Middle East. I don't think there's any manning agency in the world serving 70 clients. That's an amazing achievement, and of course, obviously, it's connected to the performance of the Ethiopian crew. Well, with all those clients that started the program with us, we have meanwhile chief engineers. That's our ultimate goal. This is not about producing masses of low-paid ship support. We are going for the management level of the ships, and the Ethiopians can do that. That's what we have proven in the last 12 years. It was a gamble, but we have proven it, and we are extremely proud. You see a picture of our first female batch, which is just now at the academy. Can't wait to meet them tomorrow, and that's probably gonna grow. That was my short introduction. Now I will go into the challenges. Let me say first, most of those challenges have been overcome. I want to show you the road we walked, and the road that many of our African partners in Tanzania, Kenya, Ghana, Liberia, South Africa, they will have that same challenges, and either they passed it already or it will come. The 6 challenges I want to talk about, which are cadets in the first place, missing trust, perception, logistic challenges, office staff, and bureaucracy. Let me start with the cadets. Okay. I'm still seeing my screen, so well, you might have seen that picture for a second. Yeah, that's one of our cadets, Asahagan, and that picture is from a promotion campaign of a cruise company, Costa Cruises. You might know the amazing, huge cruise vessels of Costa. They're using our guys for their promotion campaign, and it's a professional photo. It looks amazing. They allowed us to use it. We're so proud. We'll probably put it on posters eventually. But the topic is cadets. It's a problem. If you want to bring a new country into the industry, you'll eventually have to start with cadets. Yeah. We can find employment for 100 chief engineers every day. But cadets are very often considered extra costs. There are academies all around the globe, from India to China to Peru even to Nepal. There are maritime academies in Nepal meanwhile. So there's a massive international competition. There are cadets from everywhere, but for the ship owners, they are extra costs. So there's no budget. We hear that all the time. We are willing to start to work with the Ethiopians. Why don't you send us some chief engineers? But that's not how it works if you want to bring up a new country into the industry. So we have to go with the cadets. And a cadet is always under very close observation. Yeah, especially if he's coming from a new country. He will be the first African on board, probably the only African on the ship, and every eye will be on him. Yeah, that's what we have seen 12 years ago. That's what we have seen with every new client, that we're under a massive pressure, and that young cadet even more so. So all the officers that we're having today that are sitting here in the room have been our cadets. There are Ethiopian officers who are not from EMTI, but they have studied abroad. May it be the UK or Greece. All the officers who've studied in Ethiopia are from the EMTI, and we gave them their first cadet employments. So this is what's most important for us. Right, so cadets, that's not easy to find employment. We heard that in the last days. Yeah. Thank you. But then the door is open in the shipping companies. We have a meeting, and then there's a missing trust. In the beginning, we had missing trust in the Ethiopians from all sides, starting on board, starting at the airport apparently. An Ethiopian comes with a letter of invitation. At the airport, they will tell him, what's that supposed to be? You need a visa. You're a seafarer from Ethiopia, we don't believe a word. So with so many failed crew changes, because the airport personnel wouldn't believe our cadets to be seafarers from Ethiopia. That took a long time, that took many talks, discussions with Ethiopian Airlines, with the airport. Now we are known there. Now we're hosting an event at the Ethiopian Airlines Hotel. 12 years ago, even the families were not terribly thrilled. We discouraged the students. Please, don't go with that company. Don't go with maritime industry. We're Ethiopians. That's not going to lead you anywhere. You'll not have a job eventually. So we had to do a lot of convincing. We had to invite the families. We had to convince them of our ideas. And it worked. Right now, we are extremely popular amongst Ethiopian students. For every student that starts at our academy, we have 10 candidates from the National Maritime Academy, from the national technical universities. We pick them, we pick the best 10%, because the trust is there meanwhile. That's a statement we heard, and we heard a few times. We're working with a company, and after 2 years, our cadet is ready for promotion. They tell us, well, you know what, we've never really planned to promote your Ethiopian guys. Well, apparently they just needed a cheap hand on board, and well, that was never how we intended it to be. Of course not. So we're not working with that companies anymore, but we had a few of them. Their thinking was, well, Ethiopians, well, good, it's a cheap extra hand on board. But then they in our face, they told us, we never planned to promote them. Well, eventually even some seafarers didn't trust in our program and left the vessels in the USA, in Australia, disappeared. That's not happening anymore. They are now seeing our chief inks. Our chief inks are at the academy giving seminars. They are showing firsthand how successful the program is. What an amazing career you can do. But that wasn't always easy. Disappearing seafarers, that creates big problems. It's not happening anymore, but it was a tough time. We had problems with the perception of African crew, especially in the beginning. The crew on board the existing crew from Europe, from the Philippines, from India, they were not happy to see Africans. The statement, "You're just coming to replace us. You're just the cheaper alternative." We heard it all the time. And that's tough for a young cadet who is the first time in his life out of his country. And the first thing he hears is, "We don't like you because you're just here to take our jobs." That's a tough thing. And we're facing that with every new shipping company we are working with, because usually our Ethiopians are the first Africans on that ship. And there's always a perception of, you're going to be the cheap alternative. Another quote, I heard it, I really heard it. "Yeah, let's try Ethiopians. Can we pay them even less than Bangladeshi crew?" And we said, well, that's not even the right question. Probably Ethiopians are not as expensive as Europeans, but that's not, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be about the budget. Please employ them if you're convinced. If you're convinced of their performance, interview them, speak to them. Don't even ask the question if you can pay them lower. That's not, we are not advertising Ethiopians based on their budget, but that's a perception. You wouldn't, if we would open a maritime academy in another landlocked country tomorrow, like Switzerland, no one would ask, can we pay them less than the Bangladeshi? That question only came around because we're talking about Ethiopians, and that wasn't fair. And we fought that, thinking it's not there anymore. Another quote I got from a ship owner, from a very famous ship owner in Hamburg. Well, we'll take a few Ethiopians. It's better than they come as illegal migrants. We said, wow, no. Don't even think like that. This is not a charity. Those Ethiopians are here to help your company, to deliver performance. They're some of the best engineers in the industry. Don't even think of employing them as a charity. We don't need that. We don't want that. And one company even said, don't post photos of them on LinkedIn. We don't want our passengers to know that our sophisticated equipment is managed by Ethiopians, by Africans, actually, they said. That's done. That company is now all on board. They would never do that again. But we had that. That was 10 years ago. We've changed their minds, the crew, the Ethiopians. They have changed this completely wrong perception. Still to this day, we hear the cost of living is cheaper in Ethiopia than it is in Europe, so we can pay them less. Still today we hear that, and we'll say, no, that's an unfair comparison because you're not comparing the same life. Of course, the average life of an Ethiopian is cheaper than the average life of a German. But look at the life of a German officer. He owns a nice BMW, maybe a second car, has a nice house, supplies for his family. He has a latest iPhone, laptop, computer, everything. If you want an Ethiopian to live that same life than the European officer, then that is quite expensive in Ethiopia. The cost of life is not cheaper if you compare the same life. So that's the only AI-generated photo today. But it's a good one because it illustrates this misconception that life is cheaper in Ethiopia. Most of the things in the picture are imported. They're not produced, not even in Africa. Of course, not in Ethiopia, not in Africa. They are imported. They are much more expensive here. If you want to live the same life in Ethiopia, it's quite expensive. We have logistical challenges. They're probably the smallest challenges we have. electricity, internet, that has improved a lot. I remember 12 years ago, we couldn't have a video call. The internet was so weak. Today, every of our 25 operators has a headset all the time. It's amazing how that has improved in Addis Ababa, in the whole country. Electricity, obviously, we still have little hiccups, but 12 years ago it was really not good. Now it's amazing. We still can't get all the medicine, all the vaccinations in country that we would need. So very often we have to bring stuff, we have to import stuff, we have to push for it. But we managed. Same with overalls, shoes. We can get it in Africa, we can get it in Ethiopia. It's just a little more expensive. Meanwhile, we found our suppliers. Drug and alcohol tests required for every tanker, always, before every joining. Netzanet is carrying them usually in her suitcase to Ethiopia. The drug and alcohol tests, right? So we still can't get them in country. We're working on that. Same with IT equipment and books. The STCW, our famous shipping Bible. We just carried today 2 books for our team from Hamburg, because of course, those are things we can't get here. But most of these challenges we overcame. And the staff. Here in Addis, we have a team of, I guess, 40 people meanwhile. It's a huge team, but it's not easy to recruit. There's no shipping experience amongst potential staff. So we cannot advertise as they do it in Manila. We need a co-operator with 3 years experience. There's no one with experience in country. We have to do the teaching, right? But we need people who are open-minded, who are smart, and who speak from the first day a perfect English. From the first day, they need to write and speak in a perfect English. So that's not an easy task. Right. And, well, then I came in and do my teaching sessions. Maza, are you in the room? I still have that picture. 7 years old. So I did my training sessions. We needed to do that. There was no experience in country. Now it is. Now we have an amazing team. They all have, we have former seafarers in our team here in Addis. We are not needed anymore. We can focus on the client side. But at that time, we needed to do teaching. We needed to do teaching in person and on the phone all the time. Last but not least, the bureaucratical challenges. I won't go too deep into it, but I believe most of our African friends share the visa issues. You wake up one morning and you have a message on WhatsApp. The European Union changed the regulations. The US Embassy changed the regulations. And Brazil changes regulations. Those challenges we mastered with the support of the embassies. We are so very thankful to you, Your Excellencies. We couldn't do it without you. We depend on the visa. No Ethiopian seafarer can ever board a ship without the visa. And we try to meet you all the time. We invite you to our academy to see the program, and we cherish our partnership. It couldn't work without. Thank you. Maybe not everybody in this room knows that. An Ethiopian license, like any license in the world, need to be recognized by the country of the flag of the vessel. I didn't know that before I joined the program. I was very naive, coming from an old shipping company. I thought, well, we'll place our Ethiopians on board. Until we got the first bounce back. That was from Marshall Island. No, he can't go. We won't give him a license recognition. We need a bilateral agreement between the Marshall Islands and Ethiopia. And for that, we need to audit the country. So that was a shock in the beginning. I didn't see that coming, very naively. Yeah. But in the last 14 years, 12 years with me, we managed to get almost all relevant flags on board, recognizing Ethiopian certificates. We even recognized, Netzanet mentioned that earlier, by the EMSA, the European Maritime Safety Agency. They're here every year for a 1-week audit, auditing our academy, auditing the authorities, and recommending Ethiopia to the European Union. So that's not an easy thing. That wasn't an easy thing, that's a massive accomplishment, but that's necessary. It couldn't work without. We can't place our officers on international vessels without the recognitions. Right. One slide on what's never been a challenge, because those were small issues I mentioned before. Most important, we don't have problems with English skills. Ethiopians study in English. We have no problems with integration on board. These are the greatest people. We've never heard of problems with integration, with alcohol, or with the food. Well, if they eat rice every day, they're not terribly happy. I can empathize with that. But it's never been a problem, and we have, and that's the most important thing, never had a problem with the performance. That's what you should take from this. They are very good engineers. Wherever they boarded a vessel, they receive amazing feedback, and they are promoted. They're basically promoted in the moment they hold the license. So that's so much more important for us than all that technicalities, that challenges during the last 12 years. We're extremely thankful for that, and that's why it's working. That's why it's working. If the performance wouldn't be there, then forget about all the other aspects. And the final word from my side on this event, on the Africa Maritime Conference, the first one. I want to compare it. In the 90s, we had in Germany a group of people in a small village on the countryside who loved heavy metal music. You know, hard rock, heavy metal music. But there was no heavy metal music in their village. So what they did was they put a tent on a field of the local farmer. They said, you know, if there's no heavy metal music here, we are passionate about it, we'll do it ourselves. So they put a tent on the field and started the Wacken Heavy Metal Fest. And today, that fest still exists, and it's today the biggest heavy metal festival in the world, in that village, in the countryside. And that's where I see this event, the African Maritime Conference. We will develop like the Wacken Heavy Metal Festival. So thank you all for being our pioneers here this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julian. Your meaningful insights are the reason why today we have ambassadors and members of the diplomatic community here to discuss these critical issues. And I'd love to recognize the presence of all of our ambassadors today, including Ambassador Burak Ozugergin, Director General for Maritime Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Turkish Republic. Welcome, sir, and welcome all of you.
because in all of this, diplomacy is the way to build the bridge. And therefore, let's go to our diplomatic debate. I am pleased to introduce our moderator, who has extensive experience when it comes to stakeholder partnerships. She is the executive committee member of YCF Manning Limited. And I wanted to be suspense about it, but let me introduce her a bit. So her vision and commitment have helped transform the Africa Maritime Training Institute into one of Africa's leading maritime training institutions, producing world-class maritime engineers and electrotechnical officers serving on vessels across the globe. Now today we'll have another opportunity later on to hear another journey from a chief Ethiopian engineer. These are the best engineers in the world. Working with them is collaborative partnerships. It's not charity. It's meaningful collaboration. So in that sense, we'll hear later on from another chief engineer. But for now, let's have the diplomatic debate, and join me in warmly welcoming Netzanet Mazengia to introduce her distinguished panelists and to lead us in this session. Welcome, Netzanet.
Thank you. Hello again. So the following panel provides the international lens of the conference, a space for the partner nation to share perspectives on Africa's maritime potential, and to highlight how cooperation, investment, and knowledge exchange can accelerate the continent's rise as a crewing and training hub. Thank you very much, our guests. Allow me to welcome our special guest, His Excellency Juan Ignacio Rocatagaleata, Argentina Embassy Ambassador. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. To the stage, please. Thank you. The second one is His Excellency Sune Kurogastrap, Embassy Denmark Ambassador. Hello, sir. Ambassador Burak Ozigerengian, Turkish Embassy Ambassador, Director General for Maritime Affairs. Welcome, sir. Our fourth guest is Mrs. Live Jacob, Sydney's Norway Embassy Counselor. And the last one is Mr. Jackson Luis Lima Oliveira, Brazil Embassy, Deputy Head of Mission. Welcome. So thank you very much again, and thank you for being here, taking the time. Oh, last night. So we are very much happy to include the French Embassy as well. I am very, very sorry I didn't have your name in advance, but it's very great to have you. Thank you. That's a very good surprise addition. I'm mainly going to ask only one very important core question to all of you. We're going to give each one of you 5 up to 6 minutes to share with us your ideas. And the question is, given the past few days, discussions and the overall strategy of Africa as a maritime crewing supply to the world, what needs to happen to establish Africa as a major sail-to-train destination, and how can we unlock the continent potential from your area of expertise or your country's perspective? We would be very much happy to start with you, His Excellency Juan, Argentina Embassy Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Nesenet. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank France and the organizers of the event. Congratulations, first of all, because it was a great success, and thank you very much for allowing Argentina to be here today. Great team you have, France. Thank you very much. And regarding the question, well, I have to say, first of all, Nazanet, that we are not the ones to say what Africa should do. What we can say first is that I think Africa and Latin America, but Africa in particular, it's already a big player in the global scene. And what I can talk about a little bit is perhaps not what you should do, but what we can do together, Latin America and Africa, and especially and in particular, Argentina and Africa. I think for what we have seen during the conferences, and especially the last presentation, there are so many challenges that we share together, challenges in different areas of the maritime industry and field in general. First of all, of course, we share the challenge of safety of human lives at sea, security at ports, at maritime routes, environmental protection, of course, education and training. I think I would identify these challenges, first of all. We share perhaps not only Africa and Argentina or Latin America, we share all these challenges, perhaps there are challenges shared by all the countries in the world. But what my point is that in face of these challenges, African countries and Argentina in particular, and perhaps Latin America, we shared only the same needs, sometimes the same interests, and the same preoccupations. This is something that we have together, we have in common. And we can work together in a bilateral way, but also we have to work together, and we've been working together, but we can do it deeply, in a multilateral way as well. I think in this sense, we can work together. We have a common ground, and we can work together on the International Maritime Organization, for instance, for which Argentina is now running a candidacy again. We've been at the council many times, and we've been working for several years together with the African countries and developing countries in general. As a developing country, we think on the international organizations, and in this particular organization, we can and we have to work together to support together the developing countries, because facing these challenges, we have, as I said, perhaps common needs and common interests. Argentina, what have been doing during these last decades on these fields? We speak a little bit about our foreign policy on these matters, on these challenges. I pointed out. I would like to highlight the work that we have done in terms of course, safety of human lives, but also security. Argentina has taken responsibility for several decades in rescue and search in the South Atlantic Ocean and the Atlantic area, which is a vast area. And of course, also in this same area, we have been working very hard on terms of environmental protection. But also we put great efforts in international cooperation, South-South cooperation on maritime field, at the International Maritime Organization in particular, because of what I said before. And one of these cooperations is in training and education. We place a great effort, and we give a great importance to education and training. Why? because education and training, we can do it together. Is the way in we can share best practices, and we can transmit these best practices for the future generations, and it's the way in which we can strengthen our maritime institutions together with the African countries and developing countries, of course developed as well. But perhaps, as I said, the interest and the view and the visions and the needs, sometimes they are not the same. This is more or less what I can say. It's, at the beginning, I put it out that we are not the ones to say what Africa should do or have to do, but what I can say is what we can do together and we should do together with Argentina and the African countries, and of course perhaps Latin America as well, being two global players already, as we have seen during the conferences, and facing challenges that we share together. Thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Juan Ignacio, Argentina Embassy Ambassador. Thank you for the insightful and invitation for cooperation and working together. Thank you very much. The next one is His Excellency Sune Krogastrup, Embassy of Denmark Ambassador. The same question goes to you as well.
Thank you very much, Netzanet. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. And I would also like to join my colleague from Argentina in thanking and congratulating the organizers of this important event. I'm delighted to be part of this panel of distinguished speakers. And also, I wanted to thank the previous speaker from EMA, Julian, for an excellent presentation highlighting some of the challenges facing this sector in terms of African crewing supply. I think it's important that we keep these points in mind as we discuss today. I think that the brief answer is we need a practical and pragmatic and very hands-on approach to partnerships on this continent. And this is something that the Danish government strongly believes in. I want to take a step back and just to give you a better understanding on how we approach this from the Danish side. So we have, over the years, developed what we call strategic sector corporations. And basically, it is cooperation between Danish authorities and authorities in partner countries, focusing on technical capacity building and knowledge exchange between Danish experts and staff in partner countries. Today we have more than 50 strategic sector corporations around the world covering various sectors. 5 of them are within the maritime domain, and 2 of these strategic sector corporations on maritime cooperation is in Africa, one in Ghana and one in Kenya. A few words on our experiences from Kenya, because Denmark and Kenya launched a strategic sector cooperation on maritime affairs in January 2025, so quite recently. So this cooperation is combining practical training through the Maersk Cadet training program. It also adds institutional capacity building and long-term partnership in maritime education and standards compliance. And in that sense, I believe that it does address many of the challenges that were raised by Julian in his presentation, which I'm delighted to see. One of the outcomes that we have seen, even though that the cooperation has not been active for very long, one of the outcomes that we have seen is that the project has developed a roadmap to outline a path towards international recognition of Kenyan maritime certificates, which is something that we do need to address, and I will come back to that later. An important part of the strategic sector cooperation in Kenya is the training component, and I wanted to just briefly touch upon the training program run by Maersk as part of this program. So this flagship cadet training program is currently providing transformative opportunities for Kenyan maritime professionals. Since the launch in January 2025, the program has offered fully funded 12-month sea time training aboard Maersk vessels for 10 Kenyan cadets annually. And we know from Maersk that they have ambitions to scale up this program, which is a testament to the potential that they see on this continent. So in short, I believe that this initiative, it does address a critical skills gap by giving graduating cadets practical experience at sea, which has been difficult to obtain. And it also confirms that there is a great potential in cooperating between government institution and the private sector involved in the shipping industry. And one final word then on the international recognition of maritime certificates. Because while it's important to build the capacity of African training institutes to meet certain standards, I think it's important also to underline that IMO must address the paradox that many African maritime training institutes have been officially accepted onto IMO's whitelist, but the same educations are not recognized internationally. And I do think this is an important point we need to make, and this is something that is raised continuously by Denmark internationally. So we are happy to engage with stakeholders on how to advance this further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Sune Kragstrup. It's really amazing to see how much you guys are so much invested in the training and in the same things, and it's just really, really looking forward to work together even more with Ethiopia and definitely the other countries in the continent. Thank you very much. Mr. Burak, we came to you now. A few words about our question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be part of this panel, and thank you for having me. First, a word about ourselves. We've been a seafaring nation for centuries, and this is only natural because we sit at the crossroads between continents, cultures, and trade routes, between the Black Sea, the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean seas, with a coastline of over 10,000 kilometers. The Turkish merchant fleet ranks 10th in the world. We have over 140,000 persons involved in the maritime sector, 193 ports, and over 100 maritime training centers. And what's probably most relevant for this gathering is that we're certainly open to providing technical training, providing assistance in capacity building, and sharing of expertise with our partners. When it comes to Africa, our total trade with the entire continent reached $36 billion last year, and most of that is, of course, carried by sea. Turkish companies are already actively contributing to infrastructure and logistics projects across Africa. For instance, in the modernization and operation of port facilities in several African countries. This, of course, helps to strengthen trade connectivity and logistics efficiency across the continent. So what I'm trying to say is that we're strangers neither to the sea nor to the continent of Africa. So at this point, allow me to make a few comments, observations regarding the central theme of this conference, to establish Africa as a major sail-to-train destination for crewing. Now, in our opinion, to do this, it may be useful to look at three things. And some of these things were already mentioned by our colleagues. First, to achieve global certification. Second, to bridge the sea time gap. And third, to harmonize continent-wide regulations. Let's look at these very briefly in turn. Global certification. African maritime academies, some of which are present at this conference, we think would do well to achieve full compliance with the IMO STCW convention that was mentioned earlier, and to obtain recognition from key bodies like EMSA. Training curricula should be continuously upgraded to include skills for low and zero carbon shipping to ensure future proofing. We ourselves in Turkey are investing in green ports and low carbon technologies, and we're ready to share our experience with our African partners. Second, bridging the sea time gap. African nations could implement subsidized cadetship programs and secure commitments from global ship owners through incentives or strategic partnerships to provide guaranteed training berths on international vessels. Further developing regional African fleets will, of course, help create consistent sea time opportunities. Of course, this takes a lot of resources, and we don't have time to get into that. But in any case, Africa's young and dynamic population has significant potential to develop strong maritime workforce. Third, regulatory harmony. African nations should keep harmonizing maritime labor policies to create a reliable, standardized, and ethically managed labor market, perhaps leveraging the framework provided by the 2050 Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy. Having said all of this, we think that Turkey is an ideal partner due to our maritime expertise and strong African diplomatic presence. We have embassies in 44 African nations. We're planning to raise that number to 50 in the very near future. So what can we do specifically, or what are we doing specifically? Well, Turkish universities and companies can establish joint maritime academies in strategic African states. These centers would be equipped with modern simulators and focus on specialized skills required by our own fleet and global fleet, such as tanker or offshore operations. Turkish assistance and know-how could be specifically channeled into modernizing African port infrastructure and supporting maritime education. For example, digitalization is transforming maritime logistics. Our experience in developing smart port management systems can support Africa's efforts towards efficiency, transparency, and safety in port operations. Obviously, capacity building is key to maritime development. We have an agency called TİKA, the Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency. Through that agency and maritime universities, we provide scholarships, technical training, and exchange programs for African maritime professionals and students. We already provided more than 15,000 scholarships for African students, and more than 65,000 African students are currently studying in Turkey. The Turkish National Center for the Sea and Maritime Law, it's called DEHUKAM, they're open to cooperation with African partners, offering expertise in law of the sea, as their name implies, and maritime law and policy development. To wrap up, I should also mention that we're committed to empowering women and youth. In the maritime sector, in line with IMO's Women in Maritime initiatives. Perhaps as a last sentence, we also maintain strong cooperation with African partners in areas such as fisheries training, marine scientific research, and aquaculture development. And that should aim, that should enhance, rather, local capacity and ensure sustainable use of marine resources. So you may have gathered that we remain committed to working with African countries to promote a blue economy that's inclusive, innovative, and environmentally sustainable. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Burak, it was very much promising. I myself learned a lot about all the amazing stuff that you guys are doing, and there is a lot to do together. I'm sure that many of the people sits here gathered everything. So thank you very much for you being here for us as well. Ms. Libe Jacob Signes, Norway Embassy Consular. The same questions to you as well.
Thank you very much. And let me also start with congratulating the organizers for such a great, successful conference. I'm truly impressed by how many key stakeholders to crew manning that you've been able to gather here in Addis. I've been here following the conference for all 3 days, and I've met so many interesting people. I've had so many interesting discussions around this theme. So thank you so much for having me. Norway is a large shipping nation with a strong maritime history. Today, the Norwegian-owned fleet is the 5th largest in the world. The fleet recruits seafarers from all over of the world, but still mainly from the Philippines. With all due respect to my fellow panelists, I don't believe it's necessarily the diplomatic community who knows best how to increase the sea time for the African seafarers. I think it's the clients, the ship owners who are here, it's the crewing agencies who are here, it's the maritime institutions who are here, and the cadets who are struggling to get the necessary sea time. I've been in touch with the Norwegian Ship Owner Association to get some perspectives from the Norwegian ship owners' side of things. And what I hear from them is that skilled seafarers are always high in demand, and many Norwegian ship owners have excellent experience with seafarers from all corners of the African continent. Given geopolitical tensions, there's an increasing awareness among Norwegian ship owners that we shouldn't rely too much on only a few selected countries for seafarers. And in this regard, the Norwegian shipping community is considering other measures to strengthen the global talent pool of seafarers. They have projects to recruit more seafarers from African economies and have established training programs in Kenya and South Africa. And many have also recruited offshore oil and gas contracts in Western Africa. So when recruiting, ship owners really look for high quality schooling and education. And I think it was therefore so timely that you opened this conference with both the Minister of Transport and the State Minister for Education. The Norwegian ship owners tell me that it's not necessarily only schooling in the maritime fields, but also in fields such as hospitality. And another area that was highlighted was a need on the clarity on the amount of seafarers that can be educated over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Live. Ms. Livet, we look forward for more cooperation and using all the opportunities that Norway can offer. Thank you very much. Our next guest is Jackson Luis Lima Oliveira from Brazil Embassy. And before you start answering for the core question, I would like to say very much thank you, really special thank you needs to come to you guys for the whole past 2 years because of the CIED process. You've been helping, supporting, giving us so much support so our seafarers can continue to sail and not stop. So thank you very much before everything.
Yeah, we need to talk about it.
So the stage is yours, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. I'm going to touch on this on my last point about the visas. Can you hear me? Okay. As an African descendant Brazilian who has spent, I can tell, his whole diplomatic career in Africa, more than 10 years. This is my third post in Africa. And when I am in Brazil, I am at the Department of Africa. So this theme is very dear to my heart. I'll give you some numbers to start off. Africa in general have 30,000 kilometers of coastline. Brazil has 7,000 kilometers, 7,500 kilometers of coastline. In West Africa alone, 6,000. And as you know, seismic movements separate Brazil from Africa, but we have always been connected to Africa ever since we separate geographically. So for us, this maritime is not only about just trade. It's about security, it's about connectivity, energy, and livelihood for thousands of Africans. And Brazil, as I said, is connected to Africa historically, culturally, and in trade. Unfortunately, some trade that we are not very proud, like the slave trade. We also very connect to Africa because of our ZOPACAs. For those who don't know, it's the Zone of Peace and Cooperation South Atlantic, which is a nuclear-free zone that Brazil and Africa has established. The way we see the path forward, we would like to highlight three main topics. First, the policy alignment adopting the international standard of the ILO C185 to improve seafarers' mobility and competitiveness. As I said, I'm going to touch on the particular case of Ethiopia in a bit. The second, the capacity building is investing in training centers, enhanced program exchange, and as the ambassador highlight, digital platform for maritime education. In this particular, Brazil has been putting forward some scholarship for engineering and maritime training in Brazil. And last but not least, security, sustainability, and work together for maritime security. Piracy, anti-piracy effort. Brazil participated when I was serving in Nigeria in one big conference about piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, in the West Africa. So, as an Atlantic partner, Brazil stands ready to cooperate with Africa to make maritime more secure, more connected, and particularly, and above all, more inclusive. Having said that, let me touch upon the particular issue of visa in Ethiopia. As the moderator mentioned, only in the last 2 years, we issued more than 1,000 visas to Ethiopian seafarers. As you can imagine, it has been putting a burden on our consular session. Our head of consular is here with me. If you have further questions and clarification, he can attach. We send one note verbal. For those who don't know, it's the official communication between countries. highlighting that the seafarers bring home more than $30 million for the Ethiopian economy. So, Ethiopian ratification for the C-185 is not only necessary, it's imperative. Because every time we issue 1,000 visas from 1,000 requests of visas. So we issue 100% of the visa that was required for seafarers. Of course, we are proud of it, but we'd like to find a sustainable solution.
Absolutely.
And the only sustainable solution is the Ethiopia ratify. The embassy is open because, as we know, it takes sometimes years, sometimes a decade for the whole process of ratification. So the open is open to discuss some mid-term solution while we put into place and implemented this. We haven't been doing it ourselves. We have been doing group visa appointments. So instead of we have one by one, we put a group of seafarers to expedite the process. We have doing the digital clearance. So the documents are submitted and reviewed before they come. So if you have any need to adjust and bring more documents, they don't come to the embassy unnecessarily. And we also have been working in stronger coordination with the seafarers agencies and crewing agencies. Again, the permanent solution is the adoption by Ethiopian. Would you like to discuss a waiver? Because nowadays we issue 1 year multiple entrants for the seafarers to come to Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Jackson. We all agree that sustainable solution needs to come in place, and I'm sure that the relevant people who sit in the audience will hear it, and we will push forward together to bring the permanent solution. Thank you very much again. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for joining us, as I said earlier. I hope you had the opportunity to hear the question, right?
So you can hear me? Yes. So thanks very much. It's a bit of a challenge being after the 6th panelist. So I'll try and keep your attention for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Julian, for inviting us to the first Heavy Metal Fest. It was a great example. And I think this conference looks more than a heavy metal conference or heavy metal festival. It's really something that's so positive and so gives us so much hope in the future of the blue economy, at least what has been discussed and what has been said in the past 3 days. France is a maritime country, as you know, everyone knows, very involved in the maritime world and quite in phase really with this conference. So we are facing challenges as well, empowerment, resource for the different shipping companies and for the maritime world. And I'd like to share the view of France with the view we have to face these challenges of the new blue economy, of the ongoing blue economy. Of course, like Turkey, we are looking at a zero carbon fleet and harbors. This, to put it in perspective with the subject of the core question, let's say, it's to try and get at the seed level, at the ground level, already this message. Of course, a seafarer who joins the merchant navy, he's looking for a job, he's looking for something, and maybe his perspective is in yesterday's maritime world. Tomorrow's maritime world needs to be green, not only blue, and needs a zero carbon fleet, which means higher technology, new technologies, another way of seeing mechanics, for example. But still, in Bahar Dar, I think we need to continue to learn mechanics, but tomorrow's mechanics needs to be taken into account in the future programs. Okay, this is insight. We're not talking day-to-day practical issues. The second point is the welfare of seafarers. For example, during port calls on French soil, which is what we can manage at the French level, but to raise awareness of the whole world, to check when ships are on call in different harbors, what's happening on the ship, and get the information up to make sure that the welfare atmosphere that we can feel in this conference is reality on the sea. We know it's not always the case. Yeah. So, and the third point is a competitivity, but not at all price. To have this competitivity in a sustainable development model. Not always easy. We are companies, we are businesses. Us as diplomats, it's easy to talk about this, but as a company, you have to make profit, you have the year benefits, and so it's still, we need to keep this competitivity not at all price. So among objectives of the French strategy to the next maritime phase, it's we need to adapt to the climate change. The global tensions tend to put into shadow climate change subject. We're looking at Ukraine, we're looking at wars, we're looking at a lot of things, and suddenly climate change suddenly, whoops, disappears. But it's still there. It's a reality for the next 50, 100 years. It's a reality for our generations. So we need to stick to this and adapt our policies to the reality of the climate change. Development of technology, it's been said by the panelists, how high impact it has on training and crewing, follow-up databases. We have the everyday, of course, issue of issuing visas. Having a common database, a serious follow-up on the seafarers is a great help to have a sustainable crewing and visa process. Yeah. Equality of men and women, this is already going on. I'd add equality of men and women on board ships versus selection and training, making sure this is happening. EMTI is really a perfect example of what's in that range of business. Putting our strategy in the scope of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. The sea belongs to all of us. I mean the sea beyond territorial waters, beyond jurisdiction. Already 60 countries have ratified the BBNJ, and this is since 19th of September 2025. So in perspective with the subject, which is crewing, crewing and intense crewing and the development of the crewing potential for Africa, it needs, as we are creating officers, we're creating responsible people for maritime authorities later, to already at seed level, to bring them, to make them conscious that biodiversity is the future of maritime business. Because if we lose our oceans, yeah, it will be, we're losing everything. So to finish, to conclude on this, there are side effects, possible side effects. We've experienced them in the past, and these side effects have been mentioned by the different panelists. Of course, we all want to develop, to become strong, and to take part in this global project. It has the side effects of human trafficking. Making a big project puts in the shadow these little side effects, but are not little at a human level, of course. And to get this crewing as a partial response to fight the belief that life can't be better where I am. Why do I need to flee my country? Why do I need to go? Why do I need to become a victim of human trafficking? And this, as you explained in the example with the MTI, how disappearing seafarers, this is a no subject now. How to make this happen in this project of developing African massive crewing or potential crewing. Yeah. A race to quantity and economic results, massive potential, needs to be put versus the evolution of the environment and the global environment. Make sure the side effects are really taken into account. So to conclude, the French strategy, really, we share the same views as this conference. We value the blue economy. We need to value it. And it's a profit-driven, but not only profit-driven project. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. I would like to say thank you to each one of you who is on the panel, and for the rest of the embassies who is not here in the panel today, because we don't take all this for granted. You guys invested your time to come here and participate in the panel. Our job in Ethiopia or in the continent cannot be possible without your support. I hope it's clear. Unfortunately, we do not have time for a follow-up question, but whatever we discussed and all the ideas you guys raised, we will find the platform to continue the discussion. Many, many thanks for your time, and continue to support as you do, because we can't do this without you guys. Thank you very much, ambassadors and representatives of the embassies. Thank you very much. And if you can just remain here for a few minutes for photos, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the commemorative photo of our diplomatic panel in the historic very first Africa Maritime Conference. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, for your extremely valuable insights. Thank you for your partnerships, for your collaborations, and for your insights today. And thank you as well, Ms. Annette, for an excellent moderation of the panel. Thank you all so much. We hope that this is just the beginning of our continued collaboration. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may take your seats. Thank you. What an interesting discussion that sets a strong foundation for partnerships and global cooperation. And that brings us to our next panel on maritime authorities, a conversation that brings together regional and national authorities from across Africa. And we're going to discuss policy, regulation, and investments, the key pillar to maritime development. The moderator of this session is a respected figure in global maritime development. He has over 3 decades of maritime leadership experience. He's the former CEO of the Ethiopian Maritime Authority with a solid background as a master mariner at Ethiopian Shipping Lines, and he has collaborated with many international organizations. He has a master's in strategic supply chain management and a bachelor's in nautical sciences from the University of Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome our moderator, Captain Getinet Belai. Welcome, Captain Getinet Belai. Here he comes with his headset as a mic. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Getinet Abai. Abai.
And his name, by the way, is Captain Getinet Abai, Abai the Great Nile. And he's also a seafarer. What a meaningful name. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Distinguished esteemed delegates, maritime leaders across our continent, good morning and welcome. It's both a privilege and a responsibility to convene this dialogue at a time when Africa maritime sector stands at a pivotal crossroads. From the Gulf of Guinea to the Red Sea, from inland waters to the blue economy corridors. The potential of our maritime domain is vast, but so too are the structural and regulatory challenges we must confront. Today's conversation is not just about dialogue gaps, diagnosing the gaps. It's about charting a shared course, a course that demands bold policy direction, harmonized regulatory frameworks, and targeted investments that reflect both national priorities and regional aspirations. As we engage, I invite distinguished panelists to speak not only from their institutional vantage point, but also from a continental perspective, because the future of African maritime governance will be shaped by how well we align, collaborate, and act collectively. With that, I call upon the panelists. Mr. Mubarak Masaudu, Deputy Director General, Ghana Maritime Authority. Chief Engineer Shoanuzao Kasa from Ethiopian Maritime Authority. Mr. Abdullahi Mohammed Hatemi from Kenya National Shipping Line, the CEO of Kenya National Shipping Line. Professor Tumahini Shabani Gurumo, Rector, Dar es Salaam Maritime Institute. Mr. Vuzi Delakavu, South African International Maritime Institute, National Seafarers Development Program. Distinguished panelists, welcome. I will begin to ask each of you the first question, which is a single most urgent policy required or regulatory reform your administration believes is essential to unlock Africa's maritime potential, and how can we ensure that such reforms are not pursued in isolation as part of a coherent regional strategy? So let me start with Dr. Tumahini, who is next to me.
Thank you.
Doctor, I give you about 3 minutes for this question.
All right. First of all, I congratulate the organizers of this conference, and I am very happy to be here. Now, if I knew I would be the first, I wouldn't be sitting here. But thank you for the opportunity again. Well, when we talk about Africa and the maritime opportunity, the African Union has already provided a roadmap for the development of the sector, the maritime sector in general. Now, we are talking about that is the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, about the Africa we want. It tells us exactly that in order for us to prosper as the continent, we need to look at the maritime domain that we have and use it properly to benefit economically. It is a chance for Africa to change its perspective on development. So we have that one. But we also have the Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, also proclaimed by the African Union. It tells us exactly the agenda of blue economy and how to go about it. The AIM Strategy 2050. Now, with all this, how do we implement these strategies and visions within our own countries. How many nations in Africa have integrated or mainstreamed these regional, continental roadmaps into our own policies? So I look at it that we should start with something that is already there in order to shape our own national policies. But at the AU level, we need to see a critical means of looking at the implementation of these policies and these roadmaps. We should not just have documents. We should really see how are we progressing, monitoring and evaluation. How do we do that? We might be doing it, but I think we need to strengthen the way we monitor and evaluate the way we implement these policies, continental policies that we already have. Because no one can dispute that Africa is in the benefiting position in as far as the maritime domain and its resources is concerned. So that is on policy perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I have the second question to distinguished panelists from Ghana, Mr. Mubarak Masaudu. Knowing that Ghana is contributing a lot on crewing, my question is, Africa holds immense potential to become the next frontier in global crewing. Given our youth population, multilingual talent, and expanding maritime education landscape, from your vantage point, what concrete steps must be taken at institutional, national, and regional level to build a globally competitive African seafarers workforce that meets international standards and attracts sustainable demand from ship owners worldwide?
Thank you, Captain. I'd like to begin by extending appreciation to the organizers of this program. Very laudable initiative. I think what Africa really needs also is to have opportunity for dialogue like this. And so thank you very much for organizing this and for the warm hospitality of the Ethiopian people. And also to express heartfelt condolences from the people of Ghana to our brothers in Kenya on the loss of the true son of Africa, Mr. Raila Odinga. Our heartfelt condolences goes to the people of Kenya. Thanks for the question. I think that maritime authorities, I know for Ghana, and I believe it is true for many other African maritime administrations, that we have been in the past so fixated on our traditional mandate of regulation and not really looking things from a business, things from a development and a promotion perspective. And so you'd realize that, for instance, for Ghana, regulations, stringent measures has enabled us to be able to stay on IMO's whitelist. We have very stringent regulations on regulating our maritime training institutions. The certification process is also very stringent. Our internal audit mechanisms are also very stringent. Now, so I believe that we have chalked some successes on that front. The aspect where we are lacking now is getting time for our cadets, getting placements for them. And I think that is where we are lacking. So from a policy perspective, and I like what Ethiopia has achieved, clear success story with private-public sector partnership kind of arrangement. Earlier, I was speaking with one of the participants who told me that they are currently having crew from Philippines, India, and just one person from Ethiopia. I think we should, at least on the Ghanaian side, begin to break away from approaching cadetship opportunities from the perspective of
development ties or diplomatic processes, but approach it purely from the business perspective. If ship owners need seafarers and they are going to India, they are going to Philippines, why are they doing that? What has Philippines and India done differently that we can copy from? So I truly like the example of Ethiopia. And so presently Ghana, for instance, we are developing a national seafarer development and promotion policy. We are looking at reviewing our curricula, not only to train quality seafarers, but to train the tomorrow's seafarer who is able to adapt to the technological changes that is happening in the shipping industry. So for instance, I know today at MEPC in IMO in London, for instance, there's talk about green shipping. How do we have a curricula that is able to address the needs of all of this that is happening in the industry? So I think that first we need to break away from this regulatory mentality to begin to look at things from a business perspective so that we will be able to attract and make Ghana or Africa a seafarer hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mubarak. Now I go to my good friend, Chief Engineer Shuangzao Kasa. I will ask him the same question from your vantage point. What concrete steps must be taken at institutional, national, and regional level to make sure that Africa becomes competitive in the global market?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Kasa, Shuangzao Kasa. Before I become part of the EMA, Ethiopia Maritime Authority, I had the pleasure of working with the MTI for a good 3 years. So I'm very well aware of the both sides of the story. So it will give me a very good vantage to be part of this. So one thing I would like to mention before I go deeper into what I will feel from my vantage point of EMA, what we should do. When EMTI started in 2012 and up to now, we are very well aware that EMTI is very well part of EMA. The way, how far it has come EMA through the years, it definitely, the MTI has given quite a lot of support to the EMA. So we have to acknowledge that before we go further. Before I mention what EMA sees from the vantage point of the authority, I would like to mention a couple of things. And on the first day, we had, in the closed session, we had 2 rooms who were discussing maritime authorities and maritime training centers. So on both the platforms, I was running one from the other, and it was a very, very good, interesting discussions we were having over there. So we could see the very good experience from Ghanaians, the Kenyans, and Tanzanians, and the South Africans, different opportunities, different experiences, but not coordinated. That's, like the doctor said initially, the only problem we have is the coordination part. And once we have the coordination, like she was mentioning about the African Union's visions and all, it could have created a very good points. But I would like to come back to also the 2 very good speeches was made on this platform. The first one was Mr. Joubert, of course, Franz Joubert on the first day. And the last one was Mr. Julian Bloss, which good friend of mine here. On both the speeches, as you have heard, Africa as such not asking for favors. We are asking for opportunities and openings. So this has to be, acknowledged, and bigger players like AU and all, they have to address it. Like my friend from Ghana mentioned right now, the MEPC meeting is going from 2 days back until today also is going on. MEPC is, they are talking about green shipping. But at the same time, the ship industry is absolutely confused how to run these green ships. They have no idea how to run it. As much as there is a lack of training, there is also a serious problem of upgrading seafarers to the new technology. That is also is hundreds of thousands, they have to be retrained. This also is into picture. So one thing Africa has to be, I mean, like from my vantage point of the authority, what we have to be careful in Africa is, what we have to absolutely be careful is the quality we produce. Because when EMA started, I mean, about 10 years back, there was a lot of confusion how, I mean, the demands are coming and the implementation was really were not matching. So one thing my friend Captain Gettner did when he was the CEO of the Japan Maritime Authority was invite EMA technical committees regarding STCW training. So one thing we got on the 5 days of training, one thing we got absolutely, he made it clear to us is that from, I mean, coming as a seafarer from where you are, the only thing you can sell is quality, nothing else. So here we, the authorities, what we have to make sure that is that, I mean, we produce at all time qualities. So IMO comes out with different instruments. These instruments are actually overseen by auditing schemes, and also, of course, EMSA, which is a partner of the ship industry, European Maritime Safety Agency. So to meet all these demands and requirements, after Africa, we have to be always on top of our, fingers and maintain the quality and produce as much as we do here we try to do here in Ethiopia. And we, the Ethiopian Maritime Authority, we like to be the gatekeeper of the quality before we send seafarers to the sea. So this is what I believe we should concentrate on. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is true. Quality is the only way we have to be competitive in the global market. That is the key point. I will now go to the next speaker. Before I invite him, I would like to pass my condolences to him and to Kenya on the passing away of Mr. Raila Odinga. The next panelist is Mr. Hatami. I ask Mr. Abdullahi Mohammed Hatami, who is Kenyan National Shipping Line CEO, a similar question. What policy is required urgently or regulatory reform is needed at the maritime administration's level to ensure that seafarers are out there in every worldwide global ships? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to first of all recognize the excellencies in the room. I speak with the already established protocols. As you know, Kenya today is a very somber day. We've lost a statesman, and this is an experience we are borrowing that a nation can truly come together in the event of very extreme situation like this. So it's possible that with these fragmentations of a country, of a sector like the maritime sector that most countries have, it's possible that there is an opportunity for the sector to come together. Let me start answering your question, first of all, to say that there is something called in policy making a policy window. It is a time where all components, all elements are ripe. At that point, when you implement something, it flows through. This is what most countries lack in any program that we have. So it's important, and I know that all maritime nations in Africa have focused on blue economy. So because this is a national priority, even and the policymakers are focused on this, it's important to start from there, that the policy direction on seafarers as a country is inculcated in such a policy direction. So what you need to take a sort of an integrated multi-sectoral policy. It could be on oceans, so that then you say that in order for you to develop the blue economy sector or the ocean sector, you require the human skills capacity development. So then naturally, it has as long as the country exists, seafarers becomes a priority throughout. And I'm borrowing from the Kenya's experience as well. And secondly, this policy must be anchored above the policymakers. Most policymakers are politicians, so they all have their own priorities. So in Kenya, for example, this policy was anchored within the office of the president. And so for the first 5 years, it was a storm. No, there was no one could stand in. It was not only just under the office of the president, it was chaired by the chief of the defense forces. Now, I'm not asking countries to militarize this approach, but for us, Kenya, it worked. If we had done it any other way, it would not have worked. And so the chief of defense forces, whenever he chaired the meetings, he was always in a suit, not in his military regalia. However, it was the symbol that the gentleman was implementing what the president wants, and at the lowest cost possible, and all the skills are on the table. Secondly, in order for you to implement now this policy, you have to identify your country's comparative advantage. If, for example, a country like Seychelles with 92,000 population, and they have a lot of a huge EEZ, and they have a lot of fishermen, of course, but it doesn't become a strategic or rather a comparative advantage to say I'm going to generate 50,000 seafarers, isn't it? Because the population is small. So you have to develop your own. You look at the quality of training that you have, the government support that is available, the literacy rate is very important because countries have priorities. For example, health. So if you're struggling with health, you are a fixed health as well. So you have to look at all these comparative advantages, including the nature of the labor that you have. For example, in Kenya, we pride ourselves.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah. Then the education system. It's very important that you inculcate the desires of that you have for seafarer training in the education system lower than the tertiary education. Because if you start at tertiary level, it becomes very Greek, for lack of a better word. So you have to build that culture from the classes below. Then very important fundamental components is the immigration laws, the taxation laws, the legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks must align with the objectives that you want to develop with the seafarers. The segmentation, Ethiopia developed, focused on the engineers for a very long time. So you have to identify what is your niche. Okay, for example, Angola, with Sonangol, they focused on oil and gas. This is strategic. So this is what you need to develop. Very important, last 2 points is the budget. The budget, the finances have a lot of, they have, it's not just how do you finance, because all the institutions here are, some are private, some are public. But if this office that is focused on developing the seafarers will all focus on one, the training component, there is the insurance element, there is the medical evaluation, there is the sea-time component itself, and the immigration and the passports and the SID documents. Most of the larger population of the young people come from very poor backgrounds. So it's important to have foresight and develop an all-round budgetary provision for it. Finally, Captain, is the complementarity element. We've said here that how do we then ensure that every African countries move? You have to come up with a platform where all countries sit together like this and compare notes from time to time, maybe once or twice a year. Where are we? So that we don't leave anyone behind. We must share and have a complementarity framework that within the context or content of your country, you are supposed to have developed these laws by now so that we move in the same direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi. The next panelist is Mr. Vuzi Delacavo. He's directly related to our topic. His job is National Seafarers Development Program. I ask you the second question, which is what institutional, national, or regional action is required to be competitive at the global market for African seafarers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cap. And
You have 3 minutes, please. We're running short.
I just want to acknowledge everyone here, and on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Mtati, I would like to thank you for the invite, and to my fellow panelists, yeah, you guys, I think, captured everything that we were supposed to speak about. I think, Cap, it boils down firstly with a regulatory framework that we can look into. I mean, in South Africa, we have a coastline that is over 3,000 kilometers with 9 commercial ports. And geographically, we are positioned in a position where we trade from east to west and vice versa, and even to the south. So I think what we have done, I think as government and as private sector with Operation Pakisa, which Pakisa means fast track in terms of the blue economy. I know there's elements that speak to other sectors, not only seafaring, but you look at oil and gas, seafaring is part of that. You look at aquaculture, seafaring is also part of that. You look at boat building, boat manufacturing, which is those core pillars that speaks to one. So some of those policies that we have, how can I put it, enhance is not only to speak to only seafaring, but also the regional trade. I mean, you have your Namibias, you have your Tanzania. I mean now Mozambique is booming with oil and gas and everything else. So I think strategically we need to have, for example, we have the comprehensive maritime transport policy, which speaks to integrating all sectors from manufacturing, rail, road, transport to ports, to a ship, and to the next port. So I think collaborations, and I think with your likes of the AMAs and the MUNISAs and everything, I think it's paramount now, Cap, to say, in terms of the regional development of seafaring, I think it's about time we come together to address those issues and see forth. I mean, Africa is a maritime continent. We cannot argue that, and we've been trading since back in the days, centuries back. So I think it's about time we take the baton and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vuzi. We may require a lot of time to discuss about maritime policies required, but I have summarized some of the urgently required policies. The first thing I believe in which the panelists have already raised is the National Seafarers Development Program, which is needed by every African country. The second one is ratification and enforcement of international conventions, fully alignment with the Maritime Labour Convention, STCW standards, to ensure African seafarers meet the global compliance benchmarks. The third one is crewing-friendly regulatory frameworks, simplified licensing, certification, and placement procedures to attract foreign ship owners and crewing agencies. Data-driven maritime labor policies, create national databases of certified seafarers to improve visibility, traceability, and workforce planning. I believe these are required by each individual African states. In regional level, strategic initiatives to scale African role. We require regional maritime training hubs, invest in center of excellence to serve multiple countries and standardize training quality. RMU is a good example on this. Public-private partnership, which is we are doing here in Ethiopia, PPP between NTI and Bahar Dar University. Digital credentialing and verification. As you all know, all the certificates need to be verified. It's a requirement, and ship owners and maritime administrations, they don't want to waste their time to do so. So a digital 24/7 verification system is required. Probably in the future, adopting blockchain or secure digital platforms to verify seafarers' documents and reduce fraud, boosting trust in African crewing. Continental branding and outreach, launching an EU-backed campaign to promote African seafarers as reliable, multilingual, and culturally adaptable workforce. The final one is youth engagement and career awareness to address dropout rates and low awareness by integrating maritime careers into secondary education and vocational guidances. By doing so, we may become competitive in the global market. Otherwise, we will remain 4% of the global seafarers arena. With that, we conclude our panel. I would like to thank the panelists for their time and invite them for the photo session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Captain. And let's take a commemorative photo to remember your meaningful contributions in this panel on maritime authorities. Thank you so much, Captain Gettinet. You're a captain not just in the sea, but even in conversations with that elaborate summary. Let's take a commemorative photo. Let me invite you to stand and come a bit forward. Thank you. Thank you all so much. What a brilliant discussion. Thank you. Regional and national maritime authorities who discussed policy frameworks. Thank you so much. Colleagues, now let's take 15 minutes to have coffee. In exactly 15 minutes, we'll tell the other story, which Chief Engineer speaks about his journey. So if you'll be back in exactly 15 minutes, we'll hear that story. So please enjoy your coffee and come back at 11:45 to listen to the story of another Chief Engineer. Please enjoy your coffee. All right, welcome back, dear colleagues. We're 5 minutes short for being 12, so I'll say good afternoon, and I hope that you enjoyed your coffee break. Now, before the great debate, we have one more story, the story of a chief engineer. And these stories have been very powerful because they show us the reality on the ground, and they also show the immense capacity within our continent. So we're going to hear from a professional whose work embodies excellence, resilience, and the power of African expertise. And he's going to prove to us and demonstrate to us just once more why African talent isn't just part of the global maritime future, but it is central to it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a thunderous warm round of applause as we welcome Chief Engineer Fikramariam Gebru to tell us his story, his journey, the ups and downs, the highs and the lows. Let's give him a thunderous warm round of applause. A well-deserved ovation, Chief Engineer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ministers, industry leaders, and the future of Africa Maritime. My name is Fikramariam Cherenet, and I stand before you as a chief engineer, a seafarer, a mentor, and above all, an Ethiopian. I come from a land known for its ancient history, its high plateaus, and its rivers that give life to Africa. Ethiopia, the water tower of Africa. But let me ask you a question. When you think of the global ocean, do you immediately think of Ethiopia? For decades, the world looked at my country and saw land, mountains, lakes, rivers, but not the sea. They saw the source of the Blue Nile, but not the spirit of a sailor. And yet, here I stand, an Ethiopian chief engineer. A title I wear with immense pride, not just for myself, but for my country and for my continent. My story begins in 2012 as part of the first batch of marine engineer cadets ever trained in Ethiopia at the Ethiopian Maritime Training Institute, MTI, in Bahir Dar, a city surrounded by water but far from the sea. When I first stood at the gates of MTI, as a young graduate in mechanical engineering, I had never seen an ocean. The sea was something from the textbooks. Ships were pictures on oceans, on screens, and the idea of being responsible for the heartbeat of one of those ships, the engine room, seemed like a dream almost too large to imagine. But dreams, like ships, are not built to remain on shore. From day one, Our academy, AMTI, taught us something profound. Excellence is not a goal to achieve. It's a standard to uphold. Let's see how. Life in the academy was tough, very tough. Our days began early at sunrise, at around 5:30, and ended after sunset, 2200. From Monday to Saturday, every hour had a purpose. It was a paramilitary system built on discipline and precision. We marched, we studied, we learned. We learned not just how to fix an engine, but how to think like an officer. Our instructors were seasoned chief engineers, men who had spent decades at sea. They taught us not only the science of machinery, but the art of responsibility. As a matter of fact, please give a round of applause to one of our best chief engineer, Chief Engineer Daz. He is there. Thank you for everything that he did for us. All the second engineer and chief engineer are here because of you. Thank you very much. Our classrooms were powered by STCW compliant curricula, the same international standards that train seafarers in Europe, Asia, and the Americas. We studied thermodynamics, marine systems, automation, and electronics. We worked with a live engine room and auxiliary machinery that mirrored real ship systems. And we practiced on the state-of-the-art simulation software where we could replicate emergencies, troubleshoot failures, and command virtual ships across digital oceans. After months of intense work, I graduated among Ethiopia's first engine officer cadets. But as every sailor knows, graduation is not destination. It's only departure. My first contract took me far from home, to the real ocean, to the roar of the engine, to the smell of oil and salt, to a world where 30 nationalities lived and worked on one floating island of steel. I still remember the first day I walked into the engine room, the looks of curiosity, and yes, sometimes skepticism. An Ethiopian engineer? I could see the question in their eyes, even if no one said it aloud. But that's where training meets reality. Our entire education had prepared us not only for exams, but for the moment when eyes are watching to see if you belong. And so I worked hard, tirelessly. When systems failed, I was there. When the main engine faltered, I troubleshooted. When the fuel injectors jammed, I found solution. Not once, not twice, but until the problem was gone. And slowly, respect replaced curiosity. And the first voyage was our academy's true final exam. And I'm proud to say we passed. We didn't just survive the sea, we earned our place upon it. But make no mistake, this path is not an easy one. Our workplace, the engine room, is hot, very hot, noisy and unforgiving. Temperatures reach 45 degrees Celsius. The air vibrates with the hum of the machinery. The slightest mistake can mean a disaster. There is no margin for error. When something big breaks, you are the last line of defense. As a chief engineer today, I must know every pump, every valve, every sensor, and every vibration that doesn't sound right. The engine room does not forgive ignorance. Then there is a loneliness. Weeks, sometimes months without seeing land. Different language, different cultures, meals eaten in silence, and the ache of missing home, family, friends, the taste of Ethiopian food, the comfort of familiar sounds. Even before reaching ship, the challenges start. Visa issues, endless documentation, processes that sometimes feel designed to test your patience and your resolve. And yet, we persevere, because we know that behind every wave lies a lesson, and behind every challenge lies a growth. As I rose through the ranks, I returned to MTI for advanced learning, because no chief engineer is even ever finished learning. I trained in engine room management, human resource leadership, maritime regulations, marine insurance, and surveys. I studied new developments in engine design, in green fuels, in energy efficiency. I saw how the industry is evolving towards decarbonization, automation, and digital monitoring, and I knew Africa must evolve with it. This lesson did more than prepare me for a higher rank. They made me a better leader, one who could mentor others and ensure that every cadet who follows me can go even further. Today, as a chief engineer, I do more than manage machinery. I manage people, diverse, multinational crews. I mentor young cadets from the Philippines, India, Ukraine, and yes, from Ethiopia. And every time I meet an Ethiopian cadet joining their first vessel, I see myself, nervous, but hopeful and determined. And I tell them, you belong here. You were trained for this. You carry the standard of excellence that no one can take from you. Because when an Ethiopian or any African steps onto a ship, they carry more than a passport. They carry a story of possibility. Let me tell you what I've learned on the ships about us. African seafarers have a unique edge. We are problem solvers by nature. We are resilient. We don't panic when things get hard. We adapt. We know how to make things work when resources are limited. And I tell you, this creativity is gold at sea. Given an African seafarer a chance, and we won't just fill a position, we will transform it. We will lead, innovate, and create loyalty. Because when opportunity meets hunger to prove oneself, something remarkable happens. So allow me to speak directly to some of you here. To the global shipping companies and ship managers, look at us, invest in us. Do not see Africa as an alternative crewing source. See us the next frontier. Our academies are producing world-class officers, certified, competent, and disciplined. The cadet you recruit today from Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, or Kenya could very well be your chief engineer, chief officer, or master in a decade. Partner with our academies. Create cadet bases. Invest in training. And you will build a workforce that is skilled, loyal, and future-proof. To the policymakers and diplomats, we need your support to smooth the waters ahead. Recognition of our certifications must be universal and unquestioned. Visa processes must understand that seafaring is not tourism. It's a profession that moves the world. And we need shore-leave policies that treat seafarers as humans, not as part of a cargo. When you build systems that support seafarers, you build a bridge between Africa and the global trade. You empower thousands of young Africans like me to earn in dignity, to send remittances at home, to build economies, to carry Africa's name with pride across every ocean. And to the young people of Africa, listen carefully. If I can master the complex system of a modern ship from a landlocked country, what limits can possibly be placed on your future? None. Your journey may begin in a classroom or on the shores of Lake Tana or in a workshop far from the coast, but your destiny can stretch as far as the Pacific. This is not just a job. This is a career of dignity, skill, and global respect. You will see the world. You will work with cutting-edge technology. You will join a family that spans every ocean. So dare to dream of the sea. Dare to lead from the engine room, from the bridge, from the helm. Because the world fleet is waiting for you. As you can see, my journey from an Ethiopian highland to the high seas is not a fantasy. It's a proof. Proof that Africa Maritime Dream is not a forecast. It's happening now. Proof that true leadership has no nationality. At sea, no one asks what flag your bird country flies. They ask whether you can keep the ship safe, efficient, and moving. At sea, competence commands respect, not geography. And that is the message Africa must carry forward. Therefore, today, we stand at a historic crossroad. Africa has the youngest workforce in the world. The global fleet faces a massive shortage of officers and engineers. And our continent, which is rich in talent, discipline, and ambition, is ready to sail into that gap. We have built the academies, we have trained the officers, we have proven the quality. The question is no longer if Africa can supply the world seafarers. The question is when will the world realize we already are. Thank you very much. I'm a second.
Thank you so much, Chief Engineer Africa Maritime Charanet. What a powerful story. What outstanding professionalism. You remind us of the excellence that Ethiopian and African seafarers bring to the table, and Ethiopia and Africa were immensely proud of such stories of excellence. Thank you so much once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the great debate. And I was asking, why call it the great debate? It's because of its simplicity. The solutions in life are not always complicated. They're straightforward. They're so simple. And I am pleased to introduce the moderator for this great debate, who will take us through that one critical question that panelists will be deliberating on and will guide this distinguished panel. He's the Chief Executive Officer of YCF Manning, a global crew management company that owns and oversees the Ethiopian Maritime Training Institute. He has been instrumental in aligning local talent with global industry standards, successfully facilitating the deployment of thousands of Ethiopian seafarers to vessels worldwide. His strategic vision continues to position YCF Manning and EMTI as the key drivers of workforce development and transformation in Africa's maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, please welcome Mr. Franz Joubert.
Thank you, Tabitha. Good afternoon, everybody. So, sorry, I've got a bit of a flu today, as luck would have it. But welcome to the final stages of this great conference. We had an ambitious dream to bring together the first Africa Maritime Conference, and an even more ambitious dream to get to this moment right here, the great debate. So yesterday, I rounded up some participants. There was no preset participants on this specific list. We identified specific people, surprised them with a request, to which with my beautiful blue eyes, and I looked at them very dearly, sorry, they could not say no. So first on the list, and with great surprise yesterday, I asked her, Esther Angola from Womesa, that represents not just the thousands of women today, but most probably the thousands of women that we want to do into the future. Esther, welcome. Then we also will welcome Captain Kibru Mesfin. He's the CEO of the Ethiopian Maritime Authority, which is a great partner of us here in Ethiopia. Please join us, Captain. Thank you, Esther. I love your jacket. Then the next one, also surprised yesterday, gracefully agreed, Captain Yasser Shaim from Bari. He's the head of fleet personnel. Captain, where are you? There we go. Join us here on the stage. Then, although we are great partners, she didn't know she was going to be on this panel. I get to welcome Ms. Netzinet Mazengia. She's my left hand and my right hand in many respects. Best if you go that way. I think we're sure that there is one chair. I didn't see that chair. And then last but not least, someone that we've worked with over many years, that in many respects was part of seeing EMTI grow up, Captain Getenet Bay He's currently a maritime consultant. Captain, if you come join us. Thank you very much. I'm just going to move my chair a little bit so I can see my panel. Now, the script here is unscripted. However, there are some main questions. And what we're also going to do today, unlike what we've done on the previous sessions, we will open at the end for some questions from the audience. But to start off with, the past few days we've seen many presentations, we've seen points, I'm sure there were many discussions. Tabitha actually mentioned something very fundamental. Sometimes the solutions are so simple. So, on this panel, we expect that we can be frank, we can be visionary, but realist. But Esther, from your point, I mean, if you look from where you're standing today, and the core theme that we have, and the vision that we have, and you had to make a statement, can we actually achieve this big dream of achieving in the next decade global dominance in the maritime sector from a crewing perspective? Microphone. Test it.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a very good question. Before I get into the answer, let me just share some observations I've had. So during this past 3 days, first and foremost, on the first day, there was a lineup of dignitaries to take a picture, and I didn't spot a single woman. Coming from Namibia, in Namibia, our president is female, our vice president is female, our speaker of parliament is female. So this is not a normal sight for Namibia. So it was new to me. And then after came the seafarers. They came to take a picture, not a single female.
Wow.
So there was a concern. It's not discouraging, because straight after that, then we listened to the presentations. And what I found in most of the presentations, as much as we didn't see any females lining up for pictures, we got to see that everyone is considering female intakes in the different institutes. So they are looking at the women. So that is hopeful for us from Omesa. And so today, let me get back to the statistics I was talking about in my presentations. Today, women make up just 1% of the global seafarers, and even fewer are found in Africa. So when we ask, can Africa become a leading supplier of seafarers? I want to also ask, will these seafarers include women? Can we achieve this in the next decade? I believe we can, but not if we keep doing the same things we're currently doing. We have to change. We have everything it takes here in Africa. We have a young population. We have long coastlines. And we have growing maritime academies. So the potential is there, but the missing part is inclusion. So yes, Africa can lead the world in producing seafarers, but we'll only get there when the systems we build include everyone, men and women alike. So it's possible.
Wonderful. Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. Esther is right. That in itself could be a debate. And if you look at the room, and if you look around us, the message is clear that we have to change. And we can't change if we're still doing the same thing we did yesterday. Thank you, Esther. Moving over to Captain Kibru. Captain Kibru, my question for you is a simpler one, but a more difficult one. What is the one deal breaker that can break our entire dream of becoming global dominant in the next decade? If you had to single out one risk, what would that be? What would you consider is our biggest risk in achieving our goal? Especially your area of expertise. You're a captain. You have all of the experience, and today you're in the Maritime Authority. I think you can provide good insights into what you consider to be the biggest risk. Microphone. Turn it on. Try again. There we go.
Mr. Franz, thank you very much indeed for organizing this beautiful and very informative conference. First of all, out of the way, I have to say this. But this needs to be done also much on the government side. All this gathering, I can see independent companies, shipping companies, and others. In order to pursue what we are thinking, we have to embed it in the governments of Africa. This has got a lot of potential hidden, latent, as we say. So, honestly speaking, if we want to achieve what you want, I have seen it from the worldwide, the trends. I was trained in India, I was trained in UK. Definitely you see the pattern, they understand what they are doing. But in Africa, although we had a cost of thousands of kilometers, I don't think we are doing reasonably and sufficiently to enrich what we have. So what we have to convince is our governments need to invest and appreciate and support the type of institutions like you. The government of Ethiopia has done about 12 years ago a beautiful thing in Bahardar University. Now, my government, I mean, the Ethiopian government is doing much more. As you are informed, Ethiopia contemplates to bring about 40,000 sailors in the next 5 years. We used to contemplate about 100,000. That was not achievable, but we are definitely sure we are working on this regard. So the first thing we should do is convince our governments, upgrade our training systems. Then we have to engage with international partners, with the shipping lines and companies like you, mining agencies like you. I don't say nowadays, I think I am more says placement and recruitment agencies. So you have to facilitate also the legal problem. Like in Ethiopia, we are not ratified C-185 for SID, and we don't have even the legislation to open up a private-owned recruitment agency in Ethiopia. But now the government is convinced, and they have seen what they have harnessed from this provision. So Ethiopia was thousands of years maritime heritage. Our early kings, particularly one king, was a sailor king for Ethiopia. We used to have about 475 small vessels, which we were actually crossing up to India. So Ethiopian shipping lines, which has helped recruiting the first or training the first sailors, I mean, in modern days, but it has not progressed as much it was required. So for your question, coming back to your question, I would say first, create awareness among the government officials. And as Captain Gittene said earlier, we have to legalize and implement and adapt the IMO instruments and triple code in our countries. I know that there is a big gap in implementing IMO instruments. If you don't implement the IMO instruments, you cannot have a qualified trainers, qualified assessors, qualified training institutions. So to bring up quality, need to implement the IMO instruments as fast as possible, get the assistance, create the awareness. I think you will do better. So I know, Mr. Franz, you are trying to make about 40,000, but if you don't convince these three guys, you cannot do it. So I would say that way. We can achieve, but we have to do. And as my colleague over here said, we don't have sufficient female students. Now you have taken the the lead, you have to participate. The youngsters, okay, but the females, we have to do more. So if we embark the females and the government officials in our policies, we would be fine, and we can achieve it.
Wonderful. So from that session, the key thing, yeah, round of applause. Captain, from that session, it's clear you are right. Government, IMO, international organizations, but also the build-up or the makeup of our seafarers, female and male. Thank you very much, Captain. We then get to the next panelist. I met Captain Yasser on LinkedIn and discovered, didn't know at the time, Barry was a name I knew, but I never knew what a fundamental impact Barry has on so many levels. And it was insightful to discuss with Captain Yasser, who represents the fleet personnel at Barry and has been in the industry, I think, also for 30 odd years. The conversation was so insightful, I said, we have to have, of course, on the panel, a global shipping line, but we have to have somebody with this passion on the panel. So for Captain Yasser, the question is going to be one from his perspective, standing where you are, giving advice to the continent, and if you had to put a debating point on the table, what would be your view?
Thank you, Francis. First of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of everybody here for creating this platform. This is actually the kitchen, and you have all the recipes here. So you have the governments, you have the authorities, you have the banning agencies, you have the seafarers, you have the shipping lines, and the maritime academies. So the recipes are there. So we just need to collaborate together. And from what I've seen during the past 3 days, I think it's a clear vision, and Africa is marching towards that vision on a steady steps. Now, to unlock this vision, obviously, there are challenges, but wherever there is a challenge, there is an opportunity. Okay. The 3 points I would like to mention: global recognition. That's on the governmental level. So the Africans, I'm not talking about Cubans only, but the Africans, accreditations, COCs, they're yet to receive the merit and recognition they deserve. By doing more collaboration between flags and bilateral agreements, you can unlock the opportunities for the African seafarers to work worldwide. We personally in Bahrain, we have a very positive experience with the African seafarers. We can sense their resilience, their commitment, and they're serious. And that's why I was very happy when you contacted me, and I wanted to jump into this opportunity to come here and continue our collaboration. In Bahrain, we have a strategy that we will be always part of the solution for whatever challenge, whatever progress, whatever success, we will be part of it. So that's why, that's answered the question why I'm here. Now back on the collaboration, the next thing is on the authority, maybe maritime authority, and the collaboration with the academies. The seafarers, they need to see a career progression. They need to see a well-structured career progression, well-structured training programs, which leads to upgradation, because he doesn't want to continue as a junior engineer all his life. He wants to step up the ladder, be a captain, chief engineer, like what you've said, and eventually move to the ship management or the authority and continue the cycle. The third part is on the welfare and the providing opportunities for the new generation. Now, the new generations are different. They are smarter. They are technology advert by default. They like inclusivity and diversity. And to attract them, to attract them to sea, you need to bring the sea closer to them. By that, I mean shipping companies, we need to make the people strategy at the priority. For example, providing them with internet connection, for example, providing them with internet connection on board. Now, the new generation, internet connection is not luxury anymore. It's a lifeline, it's a must, okay? Diversity, inclusivity also. Once all these recipes are blended together, then you'll see the African seafarers not only stepping on board, but they will be leading at the helm for a future African maritime industry defined by success and vision. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hand of applause. Captain, it's interesting that you mentioned technology. Yesterday, when Donnie Taljaard was presenting, he asked us, what is the sign for on a phone call? And if you wanted to see who gave away their age, some made this sign, others made this sign, and the ones that were older would make this sign because we had a mouthpiece and an earpiece. The younger generation would do this. So that was an interesting insight that I saw yesterday when we were doing it. And you are right, technology on board is one thing, and although it's not directly related to success, the younger generations were willing in a test to give up one of their senses, such as smell, rather than give up their connectivity on their mobile, which is a powerful indicator. And on a vessel, it's even more lonely. But thank you for that insight. And then we'll get to my colleague on just next to you. Netzanet, the question I'm going to ask you is one based on your experience over this decade, building EMTI over a period of time, taking the academy to where it is today. If you had to summarize and put a debate point on the table today, what would you tell the audience, but the shipping world globally, what your viewpoint would be? What is success? How can we achieve it?
Thank you, Franz. If I need to summarize this, I will talk about possibilities. And I think the question of the possibilities, the fact that this is happening, we made this possible. We have so much to do ahead of time, really, really so much to do, because each time, it's amazing, the past 10, 11 years that I've been around, we never stop surprised, because each time we are reaching a new highest, each time we are reaching a new thing, which shows me that we have a lot to do more. But I think things being even more and more possible right now because the people who needs to be together, the shipping companies, the maritime academies, the embassies, all the relevant people should come together so we can create a nation of seafarers. My dream is this amazing stuff that just happened this year in this conference would be even greater and bigger because we have many dreams to do. I really want to stop surprised when we have the first group of ladies in our academy or the first chief engineer. I think we can accomplish the fact that this is a very usual and regular thing when we have all those people. So we can do it, absolutely. Togetherness and working together for me is the key. I think we saw it here in this conference and we need to do it even more. So this continent can be the seafarer of nation of the seafarers. So together.
Thank you very much, Netzanet. Right on the end there, but not the last. I met Captain Gettenet a couple of years ago when he was still doing regulatory authority things. But I discovered a person with an immense amount of wisdom. And I also discovered that captains on vessels have this wisdom because there were regulations, new captains that go into port today, have got hundreds of regulations, and the port duty and paperwork and everything else is magnificent. However, in the stories I heard from other captains, Captain Kishore sitting in the audience here somewhere, every single captain I met had this one thing, and I call it wisdom. And that's why I wanted Captain Gettinet on this platform. Not because of the regulatory background, not because of all of the success he had, but that little bit of wisdom. So, Captain, the question that I have for you is around wisdom, not to the industry, not to government, but to seafarers. You've dealt with thousands of seafarers that pass your desk.
Thank you, Franz, the moderator. First of all, I would like to congratulate EMTI and my country, Ethiopia, for having the first batch of female in the academy. When I asked this 8 years ago, I remember the answer I gave. I was told, first let's have Ethiopian chief engineers, then after you can think of female candidates in the academy. And it is achieved now. So congratulations. Why they say that? Because to protect, someone on top should be there. That was the reason, and you made it. Thank you very much for that. In the last 10 years, there are a lot of challenges, and all of us Africans, as long as we are becoming supplier of seafarers, we will face tremendous challenges. Some of the challenges are routine, some are strategic. What we should do is to overcome these challenges. As you know, one of the most challenges is getting birds on ships for our cadets. So we need collaboration with global shipping companies, make sure that our seafarers are placed. But to do that, we have to deliver quality crew, quality seafarers, because shipping companies always require this quality. So fellow seafarers, what I would like to advise you, always keep your health all the time, because you are rigorously medically examined to be fit. One time you are fit doesn't mean that you'll be fit forever. That will fail you. That is one thing. Second thing, always be competent. As Africans, we are in a disadvantaged position to be competitive in the global market. The only competitive advantage we have is our knowledge, our experience, our competence. So this competency has to be maintained sustainably. As long as we have this sustainably maintained, we can achieve it. My advice to the maritime administrations and the institutions is that make sure that the platform for seafarers is always available. How? Always knock the door of big flag states. Have MOU. For example, IMSA, AU directive for as per STCW 110. It is crucial because you are going to open the gate of 27 EU member states. Also some other important flag states like Singapore, rising China, Liberia, the biggest one, Panama. So unless you have these MOUs with these flags, I can assure you, you cannot place your seafarers on board these flags. I said it earlier, your administration has to be modernized. With traditional maritime system, we cannot cope up. You have to have a digital system that can, from application up to generation of certification, as well as verification of certificate, it has to be digitalized, very responsive. Whatever question asked by ship owners, maritime administrators, it has to be answered very quickly. Before I forget, even some of the immigrations worldwide, like Panama, they require our responsiveness to let the seafarers pass through the Panama Canal and admitted to Panama, the Panama city or Panama country itself. So the maritime administrators, you are
required to be 24/7 active, not like normal civil service work. So these are some of my advices. In institutions, I know you have a shortage of trainers or educators, but with whatever you have, work hard, try to deliver, to bring out the best seafarers. As long as you have that, we will be successful. If you don't do that, we cannot be competitive. This is all I have. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Captain. So I will just add a little bit of a perspective from my point of view. When I arrived and I met you and I started meeting the seafarers, what I discovered was, of course, the seafarers, that is a global thing, and then you discover the people. If I had to sit today and give advice to seafarers, it would be as follows. And I hope I don't get a tear in this, so bear with me. Don't forget your family. Your father and mother that worked tirelessly to get you to university in the first place, that gave up sleepless nights. Sometimes I saw knees that were worked through from moms and dads. Don't forget your sisters, your brothers, your family at home. They made you what you are. And here on this continent, we've got this beautiful concept, Ubuntu. I am because we are. And don't forget that. That's one part that I would add to the seafarers as my advice. So, after that, we have some time left here on this beautiful clock, and we wanted to give the audience some time as well to have a say or ask a question. So we have some roving mics going around. We've got time, depending on how long the question is and how long the answer is, we most probably got time for about 2 questions, possibly 3. So choose your question well. The one ambassador one day said here today, you need to ask the right questions. So, anybody for a question? Tabitha, I'm sure you manage it from that floor, correct? Any questions from the audience? There's one right at the back there.
Okay, I'm sure we have many questions. So if we keep our questions to 1 minute,
Yes.
we'll be able to get up to 5 questions. So my colleague, you can pass the mic.
At the back there, yes. And then if I may request that you also direct or say to who your question is directed, then it saves me a little bit of time to direct the question to the right moderator or the right person.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to thank the organizers of this conference for making this this conference successful. So, straight to my question. I am Johannes. I'm a senior chief engineer from Ethiopia. My question is, now AMTI, having proven to be a great prospector and a great strategist, have you included in your strategies for future potential unlocking, such as other portfolios of maritime services, like, let's say, shipbuilding, ship service, ship management, such as this? Because, like, when we have potential experienced ship officers, that is a huge potential for future operations or diversified shipping services other than crewing. Hence, do we have, or do you have in your strategy?
Sorry, it seems that the panelists can't really hear, so if you can just maybe raise the voice a little bit. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem, sorry. So, do you wish, or do you already have a strategic plan of engaging partners to attract more engagements towards ship management, shipbuilding in Africa, and maybe logistics? That is for AMTI. Have you incorporated in your strategic plans? And then my other question is to maritime authorities of African nations. do you, maybe after this conference or before this, have you incorporated strategic plans of making it easy for maritime services like visa, like diplomatic relationships, border crossings? I would believe that both of this would make future engagements more sustainable and important to Africa. Thank you.
All
Excellent.
right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So
I'll
we
just break the question down.
four. We still have 4 more to go. So let me see your hand so that we can give numbers and take the first 5 questions. So he was number 1, number 2, it's you. So you're number 2. Another hand for a question. Anyone else would like to ask a question? Okay, the gentleman at the back, you're number 3. All right, 2 more to go. All right, so that's the first round. Here you go.
Excellent. So if I get the question correct, and if I heard it correctly, there's 2 questions. One question is directed to the authority, the Maritime Authority, Captain Kibru, which is sounded from if there's relationship building with other organizations globally, specifically around the conference that happened here. The first question was directed at EMTI, so I will answer that question. And it really went around, do we have a strategy to have additional relationships or development with ship managers or ship management, etc.? So I can tell you this, without giving away corporate strategies in the long run, but EMTI, together with Emma and the Minister of Transport and Logistics, Labor and Education, and the blue economy and everything, we actually have big plans for Ethiopia, big plans. It will take time to formulate it, but we're all involved. We're all putting our shoulder to the wheel. So this is here. Globally, every company always has development plans. And similar to ourselves, we've got a 1-year strategy, 5-year strategy, 10-year and beyond. So the short answer is yes. The detail of that, we are working on it all together. So that's the answer on that. Captain Kibru, perhaps you can expand on your area of the question.
Excuse me, Mr. France, I didn't hear the question.
You didn't hear the question. So if I gather it correctly, it was the maritime authorities, given this conference, relationships with the rest of the conference or the continent now in terms of other authorities and organizations such as IMO, etc., which I think is actually in your day-to-day job, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Actually, because of the engine noise, when I was sailing about 15 years ago, my hearing capacity is down. The question is a very smart question, and definitely we will be collaborating with others. Already the government have started, as I said earlier, we are reforming the maritime sector, and because of every walk of life in Ethiopia now, the government policy is to open up. So, we are to increase our engagement with international community. We have raised this issue to the government of Ethiopia. The participation we have up to now is not adequate. The participation we have and the relationship we have, it was mainly personal, otherwise not organizational. So seeing this deficiency, we are trying to cope up and engaging with international pertinent bodies. We have already started that one, but as Chief Engineer Johannes requested, we are doing that. But the other thing is that the Ethiopian government is having about 10,000 sailors now. Of course, MTA has graduated about 3,000 of them, but we have additional, like Babu Gaya, it was training near coastal and other ratings. And we have also trained officers from India, as well as UK and Ghana. The Ghana Maritime Authority trained a lot of our officers. So we have this relationship. We are upgrading our system. We have invested, we are going to invest heavily, I would say, to elevate the problems of our cadets from MTI. I know the chief engineers, they told me, but I have heard, and we are collaborating with AMTI to solve this question, this problem. Looking forward, the Ethiopian government envisages and calculates a lot of income, foreign currency is coming. The one which is reported, it may be very less, but we know that the Ethiopian government, besides the Ethiopian shipping line, it is a major income for the country. So we will definitely pursue, and we are trying to create the awareness. That is why you see the ministers coming, involving, and the maritime agenda is given. As you know, the political atmosphere is more and more, it is going back to 30 years ago, so we are getting a lot of attention. So I can assure you that we will do definitely more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Johannes. I hope it answers your question. Thank you. Then I believe we have question number 2 in the front here, Tabitha. Correct. And just as a word of note, see the captain was too much in the engine room, so if we can keep the volume up a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I loud and clear? Or you want me to increase? Is that okay? Yeah, great. Yeah. Thank you so much. First and foremost, my name is Yunus. I'm a senior maritime advisor from the Somalia, and I'm very happy to be part of this meeting and conference. I am advised and being invited by the government of Ethiopia, which I really do appreciate. In fact, it's a good opportunity to be part of this conference, which I really will not forget. Again, my question is that I see that we talked about during the conference here in the past 2 days that there are a number of institutions related to the maritime industry, and most of them are owned by the governments and is stated in the particular governments in the Africa. So I would like to see if there is a strategy or any other proposal that the African continent is willing to have a kind of world maritime university that should be situated in any country, which is not my problem, but which will be grateful in the future. Is there any strategy or proposal for you guys to have that kind of university in some of the expected countries that can afford to perform, or it will be a regional or a continental university, which can avoid that the member states having seen the circumstances to go to Europe, for instance, for the purpose of visa issuances, something like that, to avoid that and see a kind of direct maritime university should be in any country in Africa, whether it is in Ethiopia or in Ghana or in Nigeria. I don't have a problem, but my problem is that can we see there must be some kind of a commitment that we are expecting sooner to see that maritime industry has, particularly in Africa, has a university. That's my question, and I really do appreciate your good willing and participation of this conference and the way the maritime administration is organized. I really appreciate that, and I submit. Thank you again.
Thank you. That's quite a question, and one that is most probably best answered by somebody representing government or other countries. However, I will try and aid some sort of an answer by what I know from the collective group and our engagement. If you speak to Dr. Mengesha, that's unfortunately not on this panel today, from Vardar University, he would tell you he wants to create a city of maritime excellence, and he has indicated that he would like to have other nationalities attend his university within maritime, and I think RMU in Ghana is a perfect example of a surrounding area coming to that university. So the short answer would be that. The more complicated answer, I think, is best answered by somebody that I don't think on this panel is being representative of that. So that's the short answer. I do believe that government has got a lot of plans in the blue economy, and they want to develop maritime education significantly. I also know that the World Maritime University are looking at a collaborative approach. We saw their presentation on day one, I believe, in terms of collaboration between academies. So the short answer would be yes. Question
right.
3, Tabitha.
So before you proceed to answer, let's take one more question and then you can wrap up the discussion.
Okay, excellent.
All right. The gentleman at the back, number 3, I believe.
Thank you very much. I remain very glad and indebted to the organizers of this Africa Maritime Conference. Surely one may say this is the first of its type in Africa, but another person also may have his or her own right to say it's not the first, but not disputing, because by that we just draw, assess back. Now, this is not the first of its kind I'll be attending across the continent, but because of the spirit of One Africa, so we've taken this to be the first. Now, my question is, with this opportunity and almost a flawless, conference, the one that is highly depoliticized, I would like to say that the organizers, would they be pleased to avail any other country that is ready to host this type of conference, such, wisdom, experience, and ideals that made this a reality. Thank you very much. And then number 2, maybe if the answer comes, which may be the next country? Thank you very much. Because
all right. Thank you very much. Any more questions? If not, we're going to wrap up the segment. Let's take one more question.
Thank you very much. Actually, a couple of questions. The first one is for Esther, since you are on the stage. From what we have seen for the last 3 days and your frustration towards the participation of female. Okay. From what we have seen, what you have seen for the last 3 days and your frustration towards the participation of female, and how do you see and what encouragement do you see from so far what we have seen, and what do you advise EMTI and other institutions to make it even better so that WMESA will be active and running? And the second question is from, sorry, I didn't get your name, the gentleman from Bahari Shipping. One of the things we see from the authority is that from these coastal shipping seafarers, we receive quite a lot of fraudulent certificates which are not genuine. We are actually afraid from the authority side this might affect the overall seafaring, reputation of the Ethiopian seafarers. So how closely the coastal states can work with the Ethiopian Maritime Authority to reduce this kind of fraudulence, if you are aware of it, and how well we can communicate to mitigate this, what we consider serious situations. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So, question 3 was basically just about the conference. This was the one that Captain Gettenet said he didn't hear quite nicely. Question 4, directed to Esther, really asked, you heard the question there, it's all about WMESA, so I think you're much more capable to answer. And then after you answered question 5 was actually to Captain Yasser around certification and what his experience, what he sees in that region. So Esther, we'll hand over to you.
Okay, thank you for the question. That's a very good question. And I also partly answered it. As much as I was frustrated earlier for not seeing enough women, I did mention that it was encouraging listening to the presentation and listening to the different maritime institutions say that they have female intakes and they're willing to take in more females. So what I would advise EMTI and other institutions is firstly visibility. Like on this platform, have the females. Who are the females that you have the intakes? Put them out there. Show the young girl at home that there are ladies that are doing this. Put them in their posters. Let them not only see the males, they should also see the females. They should see that it's possible. Apart from visibility, support. support the females. Yes, you can train them, but after training is the employment opportunities. Create collaboration to allow the females to be employable after they're done with training. And with regards to training costs money. Are there scholarships? Yes, you can involve females, but is there sponsorship and scholarships for the females to be able to take those courses? So the different institutions, what I would advise, have those in place, and then you can attract more females to come and join the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Floor is yours, Captain Yasser. The question was really about, certificate of authenticity, where you see fake documents, etc. So your experience in the region, in your world.
Good question. Thank you very much. We have actually ongoing cooperation and verification going on with different maritime authority based on the nationalities. And in case there is something suspicious, obviously we report it officially to the administration itself. But with our experience so far with the Africans seafarers we have, it went very smooth. We didn't have any so far. We found from other countries, but not in Africa. Plus, we have also a well-structured process and for the employment and for the rejoining as well. So with the collaboration with maritime authorities, sometimes direct, we have our own connections, sometimes through the Saudi flag as well, the Saudi Maritime Authority, because we are a Saudi company as well. And we work together very closely with the Saudi Maritime Authority as well. And majority of the certificates, especially if it's STCW, if it's whitelisted, and there is a stamp of the Maritime Authority of that country, we just need a simple verification. Sometimes it's a help with the local mining agency, and sometimes it's direct. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Captain. So we've run slightly over time, but I do want to thank, first of all, the audience for their questions. I want to thank the panelists for being here on the last spur of the moment after our discussions yesterday. Say again. No, I can't hear you. You're going to, yeah, tell me. Yes, say. Sorry.
I just want to say one more thing. We are doing this certification issues very serious, but for our colleagues, African colleagues and maritime administrations, there are a lot of fraudulent and fraudsters around. So particularly the maritime administrations need to take a little bit care of that because of the number of our seafarers increasing. There is also fraudulent activity going on, particularly, I don't want to mention the names of the countries. We are facing a lot of problems because of that, because they also try to hack our system and they want to do some of the other things. We are trying to maintain the integrity of our system and we are upgrading it, but I would like to advise some of our our African colleagues, you need to take care of that because there is emerging threat of that one. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, the message is clear. The document authenticity, sorry, there comes another question.
A small question that is just very much important to have Captain Kibro in here. Because we discussed this earlier about the SID's issue, I thought that maybe having you here on the stage, you can address it a little bit. Where are we and how we are planning to solve this?
SSID. So the question
For
is to
Captain Kibro.
From Captain Kibro.
The C-185. The status.
I have updated that one. I don't think you have heard me. Otherwise, the government of Ethiopia is going to ratify a CID in the next couple of months. It's already, there is a committee set up and we are progressing. Definitely. It will be within 6 months. This is a government of Ethiopia plan, so it will be done. And it will be integrated with all the certificates of this, and it will be electronic. Every certificate which used to be printed in hard book or paper will be changed to electronic. So it is a standalone system, but it is integrated with the Ministry of Labor and our authority. So they said to me, they promised me within 6 to 9 months it will be completed. But the government.
Thank you, Captain. Putting you on the spot there, but thank you very much for the answer. I think it's clear. We also heard previously that SSID is important even from the Brazil perspective, who I know is under pressure on visas, more than 1,000, which is significant. Now, to put that into commercial value, 1,000 is about worth to the country, about $50 million of remittances coming in, that if we didn't have those visas, we wouldn't have had that. So it's a core thing. So, let's try again. You're not going to surprise me again, are you? No? Finish. Okay. Let's try again. I do thank that because that's what we wanted. A little bit of a debate here while we stay within time. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the panelists. We just remember we have a short photo. Our guest of honor, I believe, would be here shortly. So we'll do the short photo and then we are finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Tasting. You switch it off?
Switch it off.
Thank you so much, Francois. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists. What an extremely interesting discussion you gave us today. And we thank you deeply for your extremely meaningful insights. Thank you all so much. Indeed, this was a panel full of wisdom, wasn't it? And we're deeply, deeply grateful for your contributions. Thank you, panelists. You may return to your seats. And Francois, let me request you to remain on stage. Yes. The rest of the panelists may return to their seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that for the past 3 days, Mr. Francois was like a silent observer. He has observed every session. He's heard every conversation. If you may give us a brief summary of our 3 days, a key message to take home, and then we'll welcome our guest of honor to make the final concluding remarks. So the floor is now yours to wrap up our 3 days and to give us the take-home message. Welcome.
Testing, testing. There we go. There we go. Thanks, Tabitha, for putting me so quickly on the spot here and some nice questions for me to answer as well. If I had to, let me first answer the question. If I have to capture the essence of what I experienced over the past few days, my partner actually mentored possibilities. And yes, as Africa, we can. Now, this is the pre-closing little remark that I've got. And as we conclude this historic, it's truly historic, Africa Maritime Conference, I want to express a heartfelt and really heartfelt, in Ethiopia we get used to doing this, a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has contributed to these remarkable days of discussion and collaboration. We gathered under one vision, Africa as the next global crewing frontier. And through every session, debate, and partnership that we formed, we have shown that Africa's maritime future is not a distant goal. It is taking shape right now. From policy frameworks to training programs, from our academies to our agencies, we have proven that Africa has the talent, unity, and the determination to lead. Let this moment mark the start of a new chapter for our continent's maritime journey that is built on exactly that, collaboration, trust, and a shared purpose. On behalf of the organizers, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, the Ethiopian Maritime Affairs Authority, and the diplomatic community whose presence and support gave this conference its true global spirit. The shipping companies, the speakers, everybody that attended. And as we look ahead, let us carry this momentum forward, because we will meet again at the next Africa Maritime Conference in 2026, stronger, louder, and even more united. It's now, And it's a great honor for me, and it's a true great honor, to invite His Excellency, the State Minister of Transport and Logistics, to officially come and close one of the greatest conferences that I've attended on maritime ever in 2025. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Is it lunchtime? I hope you enjoyed Addis, which is in fact becoming a fresh and new emerging city for the continent. Is that? You enjoyed Addis? Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, honored delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have journeyed together through, in the last 3 days, through challenging discussions, shared groundbreaking insights, and build connection that will undoubtedly shape the future of African maritime development. For this, I extend my deepest gratitude again to each of you, our brilliant speakers, dedicated organizers, panelists, and every one of you who have participated and contributed to the energy and success of this conference. For my country, Ethiopia, this dialogue holds special meaning. We have met together here in Ethiopia, a nation whose maritime story is both profound and unique. While some might first note Ethiopia's contemporary status as a landlocked country, our discussions have revealed a deep truth. Ethiopia has been part of the maritime industry for centuries, maintaining a proud fleet of currently maintaining a proud fleet of more than 10 vessels, recently boosting this capacity to adding more 6 big vessels, which will add up to 16 more vessels. And to boost this capacity and community of over 7,000 seafarers who continue to serve with excellence across the world oceans, as you can see through this hall. Ethiopia's historical narrative is inextricably linked to the sea. From the ancient trade routes that connected the Aksumite kingdom to the wider world, to the utilization of Red Sea ports like Massawa and Assab in more recent history, the quest for maritime access has been a central theme in our nation's developments today. The loss of direct access to the sea, not just a logistics challenge. It is a moment that redefined our economic and strategic calculus, constraining our access to international trade routes and challenging our geopolitical mobility. So for Ethiopia, as our population continues to grow, projected to reach 150 million within coming few years, the need for diversified and sustainable access to the sea is not luxury. It is an existential necessity. Beyond the Ethiopian narrative, our conference has illuminated a broader continental awakening. We are collectively turning our gaze seaward, recognizing that Africa's 13 million square kilometers of marine territory is not merely a blue expanse on map, but our next great economic frontier, as the global ocean economy is projected to reach 3 million by next few years. Africa's maritime industry is already worth an estimated 300 billion annually and supports over 49 million jobs. We have seen also record-breaking growth with port calls by container ships in Africa rising by 20% and tankers calls growing by around 38% between 2018 to 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, this is not a distant dream. It is an unfolding reality. Africa is already claiming its place as a maritime power. Collectively, our dialogue over these past 3 days has crystallized a clear and collective way forward. Our vision for Africa's blue economy must be built on several key pillars. To mention few among many, security and sovereignty for enhancing collective maritime security and protecting our resources is one. Sustainable diversion of marine shores and blue economic use so that we must harness emerging sectors like blue carbon credit, marine biotechnology, and the immense potential of offshore renewable energy. Third, infrastructure and integration, as Africa Continental Free Trade Area will only reach its full potential with efficient, connected ports. Investment in modern ports infrastructure, coupled with trade facilitation initiatives like the East African Community Single Custom Territory, are critical for cutting transit times and costs and boosting intra-African commerce. It also, key pillars, among other key pillars that was discussed and spoken in this hall is inclusion and community. That is a thriving blue economy that must leave no one behind. We must empower the women who nearly half of the post-harvest workforce, integrate our youth, and ensure that coastal communities directly benefit from the wealth generated from their waters. Ladies and gentlemen, as you depart from this conference and return to your respective nations and organizations, I urge you to carry the spirit of Addis Ababa, a beautiful city of Africa blooming from day to day, and also the spirit of unity from this African Maritime Conference. Let us move from resolution to action. What matters is action. So many words have been spoken throughout this conference and before. Let us be the generation that transformed Africa's vast blue potential into tangible prosperity for all our people. And also let us build an Africa that is not only a witness to global maritime trade, but a dominant, innovative, and sustainable force within. Finally, I would like to thank for your partnership, your wisdom, and your commitment. For all the organizers, speakers, panelists, everyone who took a single steps in making this conference achievable and successful. So may your journey home to be safe, and may our shared mission for a thriving African blue economy be a prosperous. I thank you. Asante sana. Amasaganala.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency Dengeboru, State Minister of the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, for officially closing on a gracious note the Africa Maritime Conference 2025, the inaugural conference. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said, and now that everything has been said and done, we thank you all so much that you joined us here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and God willing, we hope to see you again. And now lunch is served, and as you go back home, we wish you safe travels, and thank you all so much. Have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.